you. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 131st live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we're going to go back to doing a history of, because we haven't done one in a couple weeks, so I thought we'll go and do one that I've had in the back pocket for a while, and we're going to go over the history of leveling today. So we're going to look at the evolution and how each edition handled leveling up and how it gave out XP, how each edition was designed to give it out. And what that progression was going to be like for all of them. So may not be a full-on, 3-hour night as we've done on other Fridays. Might be kind of a chill night. It's been quite a long week for, I think, a lot of us. So we're going to get into it. Very few updates, but we are going to get into those first, as always. And then we'll see how long this actually will take us today. But moving on forward, I guess biggest update is we have decided the date of the November community stream. Or at least we have a date in mind. We're going to finalize that this weekend. So we're going to have a date for you this weekend for when we are going to do November's community stream. We will have that posted in the Discord. And then once that's posted, that will also come along with the poll in the new community streams channel for you guys to choose what we're going to do on that stream, whether it's going to be in the new Misfit Gamers Tavern with the cave wall that I should have finished this weekend.
Very cool.
Or if it's going to be in here, or maybe we'll do something on, I don't know if we'll have time. We're only going to have a couple weeks to plan for it. So we'll figure it out. But you guys,
we'll do what we can.
It'll all be in the Discord waiting for you guys this weekend once we finalize those dates. Other than that, I think you had a couple updates, or at least you're getting closer to finishing up the pop culture build, because I know there's a couple people in the Discord right now still looking forward to.
I apologize. I'm wanting to make sure that the formatting looks smooth enough so that you guys will actually be able to follow it. It'll make sense when you guys are going through, being like, okay, this is what we're building. This is why we're building it. This is where we got everything from. So I was talking with Vortex before we started about, sectioning things out, giving us a little summary beforehand of all the things that you're going to get, and then actually going through the list of everything as it comes. So I think it'll be good. I think the character sheets will be kind of the easiest. The only thing I want to make sure that I can do on the character sheets is that I can embed links in there so that whenever you guys see like a feature, you can just click on it and then it'll take you to the full description of what the feature looks like and everything like that. So really nice. I think I should hopefully be able to spend some time this weekend working on that, and then get that set up preferably before Monday. But
preferably,
we'll see.
We'll always see. Okay, we got our first and second taken care of. Love to see you all
beautiful
in the chat.
Welcome, my friends.
All right. So here we are. Looks like we got a couple people hanging out, which is awesome. Let's see. I don't know what's going on with the channel points, guys. It seems like some people are able to get them pretty easily, and I checked the leaderboards. It looks like they are racking up just fine. But I don't know what was going on with Cosmic, because Cosmic, every
for some
time
reason
he gets like the first, second, or third, it seems like it's always at 0, and we always get to reset him. So I'm not really sure what's
super strange.
There's nothing that they can purchase with them right now. Like it's
there's no way for them to spend it really on anything.
We haven't taken anything away, so I have no idea what's going on with that. But
I'll try and troubleshoot.
Yeah, we'll figure that out on the back end. Yeah. Otherwise, I think that is the only major update is the upcoming community stream, and then of course next week we will have by the 1st the December community stream. If we've decided to do one, we'll have that new community goal reset on
definitely
Twitch. So we'll be able to do all of that as well.
Soul Kitchen Third.
So what is up? How's it going?
Awesome.
Oh. What did I do wrong?
Wild.
Spelled your name wrong.
Hey there, howdy to you.
Bam, that's much better.
Fantastic.
Soul Selective Guild is.
Oh, got you. Wild.
Oh man. Oh, I don't know about you. I've had.
It's been intense. But good, hopefully. So
it's. I don't know. With my job, it's neither good or bad. It's just
it just is.
It's just work. You know what I mean? Like I don't take my job that seriously. Like obviously it's my career and everything, and I do my job well, and I try to I try to be in that good zone of excelling but not exceeding too much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or exceeding but not excelling, whichever one you put, you know.
Yeah.
I try to be the lesser of the two, okay? Like, I don't want to be the absolute best person there, but I want to be in that realm of, I know I'm they can count on me. They know
You're
that
reliable,
will get done,
you know what you
but I
can
don't
do.
want to be your first person. I don't want to be that go-to person that's like, everything comes to me, right? So it's like, with that, I just try to keep it just relatively chill. I try to keep it like, you know, a distance from it. I mean, that's my job, but when I come home, it's not.
That's hard work.
And
just staying under the radar, especially when you have certain skill sets that could easily put you like, hey, I'm really good, I'm really fast, I'm super
yeah, that's why. And you know, that's why it's really nice for me, is like I am lucky enough to have a job that I can detach from as soon as the day's over. Like, there's no bringing the work home with me. Luckily, I have that like separation, so it is kind of easier for me to not take my job seriously. And by that I mean, you know, in a sense of things that happen at work just don't affect me, you know.
Right.
If like, yes, there's always going to be work coming down the line, and it does suck when more work's coming, but you know, I don't come home super happy if we have like a big win for the week, or if, you know, something, you know, major happened and, you know, a lot got like done. And if stuff's not getting done and it's like, oh no, pressure's building, it's like, you mean just businesses, you like, it's just get the work done to me, you know what I mean? Whether or not it's not getting done or it is getting done, to me, it's still, I just come in and I do the work and then I leave. You know, I'm not the one falling behind. So for me, stuff doesn't change. I do my job and I stay forward.
Yep.
And I pick up the slack where I need to, but
100%.
it's just, so yeah,
it's hard for me when I hear other people, especially like my lady a lot, she'll talk to me about like, you know, stuff's getting intense, and I'm like, while I get it cognitively, I understand, at the same time I'm like,
to me it's like, I get the intensity, it's the level of investment that I don't understand people have.
Yeah, it's like
when people are emotionally invested, like I get careers being important to people, but for me it's like when something doesn't get wrong, if my job isn't on the line, like if it wasn't a mistake that costs me or the company money, if it's just one of those things where a deadline's not going to get met, like I know the trickle effect, I know it's a big deal, and I get that it's a big deal. It's not that I'm just like, oh, who cares when it gets done? No, it's like, I get it. It was supposed to get done then, and due to XYZ reason, it didn't get done. I understand that shit happens. I understand that it will and still needs to get done. But I also understand that your emotional state and my emotional state do not need to be elevated for that to happen. And you yelling at me and me losing sleep over it doesn't do anything. Like
the elevated emotional state is not going to get it done any faster.
Because in my opinion, it's like, we're already behind. So guess what? Like, it's still going to get done, right? So I don't need you yelling at me. Let me just go do it. Like,
with the time we're spending here could have been spent.
And for me, yelling at me isn't going to prevent it from happening, because I'm not that kind of person. I'm not the person that needs to get yelled at because I'm not doing my job. If I didn't do it, it's probably because there was something I like, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm that kind of level. So it's like when someone tries to get emotional, it's more, for me, it's just like I'm not there, because I know I'm better than I'm better than the situation that would have caused it, right? Like I'm not like a slacker. So it's not like you can really get mad at me for what I did. It's just, you're mad at the situation, and I'm just not gonna.
I don't need to be the recipient of that. You know, 100%.
And you know, if you want to go lose sleep, and because that's the thing, it's like, if you want to go and leave work with that road rage, if you want to go and lose sleep, if you want to go and, you know, need to take a couple shots just to pass off that day, it's like, I'm okay having a stressful day, just having done a lot, and just come home, relax to a beer. But there are some people who just like, they are so stressed out at the end of the day, and I'm like, but what was actually stressful? Like, you do the same thing every day. The only difference is you are emotionally attached to the work as if it affects you. And I'm like I just can't.
I'll say when, like a long time ago, when I was a martial arts instructor, like the most that my job would affect me would have to do with the relationships that I like would develop with my students. But at the same time, that isn't my job. That's a relationship. And like, you get emotionally involved into a relationship, but when it comes to like your job, like if somebody didn't learn a front kick that day, like I'm not tripping about it. Like if somebody was really supposed to, like, you know, but they weren't able to get something, like it happens. And I 100% get that. So it's challenge mode, but it's good. It's good. At least it's not something that's actually adding more stress to your situation. There we
Yeah,
go.
and that's just it for me. It's like I will never take my work seriously in the sense I'll never take it personally. Like I'll take it serious.
Yes.
It is my job, and I will make sure I do everything I can to keep my job. I will make sure that me and my wife are secure, that I keep, like my house. Like I will make sure I do what I need to do. And it's not the bare minimum. I'm not going to just do the bare minimum, but I'm just not going to put so much of myself in it that something at work will stop me from doing this on a Friday. Like,
Yeah.
like if I'm ever in that position where I come home and I can't do this because of something that happened at work, I am not in a healthy relationship with work, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
that's how, 'cause
100%.
I've been there because I have been there. I've been in those work situations where you come home, you're just things are wrong, and it's like that is not a healthy relationship to have with work. But unfortunately, that is, I would say, the vast majority of work situations.
That's true. That's true.
Like it's
I'll say,
unfortunate, but
I think the military helped me have a very mathematical approach when it comes to my working situation. It's just very matter of fact. Either it is or it isn't. Either it got done or it didn't. Like it doesn't have to be. Even though in the military they like to beat you down because things don't work. That's what enabled me to detach from it so easily. It's like, all right, I'm going to associate it with this rule or regulation and make sure that I'm covering my ass and doing all the things that I'm supposed to be doing. Because, like I said, if you are truly covered and it's really not there's nothing for you to be stressed about. Like, there's nothing that anyone, like, I did my job. I did exactly what you asked me to do. It fell apart because you probably didn't organize it appropriately or some other third party event happened that caused everything to go awry. But what are you trying to accomplish here? Like, truly. So it's wild, but
it's almost how much, it's that personal connection you have to it,
Yeah.
It's like if things are getting to you, it's because you take it personal, and I'm just like, I can't do that anymore. I'd much rather just learn how to do the work well and then ignore the rest.
Amen. I'm here for that.
And Sol was talking about a crazy drive-through order: 17 sausage egg McMuffins and 17 hash browns.
God bless America.
I mean, I can imagine, what are they doing? Like, is that like a little league thing, or are they getting it for like the office? Like, that was definitely for a bunch of people. That was not like,
I mean, it could be like 3 people with the munchies.
Yeah, it could have been.
Now,
that's a hell of an order, though.
Is McDonald's one of those places that only serves breakfast during the morning?
I think so. I think they're still have that.
Then that makes maybe
actually it's not that barbaric, because it does make sense, because the supply of where everything is would be horrendous if you had to have 24/7 everything. But other places can do it, so I'm just saying.
Just saying, doesn't Jack in the Box do it still?
I don't know. I honestly haven't gotten a fast food breakfast in so long.
That's fair.
Try to stay away from it.
That's true. Smart.
Although I think the last time I did, though, I think Carl's Jr. was the best breakfast burrito for fast food that I remember.
I think I'll have to agree with that. I really do like their breakfast burritos. They have this breakfast burger. It's not actually a burger, but it's got like egg and some other stuff. It's phenomenal. I really like it.
Oof, that's a hell of a way to wake up. That was a 6 a.m. order too.
Goodness gracious.
That was definitely someone trying to go into the office.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Or had a new hire. Like that was definitely something going on.
Yeah.
That's
or people coming home from the bar. No.
Did they at least come in though, right? Like, I think I said drive through, but at least they should have come in, right? They didn't try to pull that through the drive through, I hope.
That's wild.
I hope they had the decency of a human being to walk in.
Say it to my face.
Yeah.
I actually want this food.
Right. Well, because it's some places have policies where they're like, yeah, over a certain dollar amount, you have to come in and pay for
really?
it.
That's wild.
Well, the idea of if you just say that and then drive off, you're halfway through building that order.
And then,
so I know some places have a certain cap. Okay. Order on the kiosk and I drive through, guys. Yep. Can you just imagine? I can just imagine that order coming through and just half the staff just looking to make sure someone's not running out the door laughing.
God,
that's. Did you actually have to ask the guy sir, did you mean to press 40, 15?
I mean, at the kiosk, you have to pay for it first.
Yeah.
The drive-thru is the only place you get to order it first without paying. So,
so at least he had the decency to know what he was doing.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
That's quite a bit. I mean, I imagine the hash browns probably were the easiest though.
Right?
How many you can do it?
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the McDonald's hash browns. Those
they are the best. I mean, they're the best ones. Like, like hands down.
It's because McDonald's knows how to do potatoes. Their fries are phenomenal. Their hash browns are great. Like, they know how to do potatoes. I mean, yeah, whatever. It's fine.
You guys hoped it was a glitched. Oh man,
disrespect.
I mean, hey, that's everyone's got to make their money somehow.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like,
true enough.
It all can't be the same day in and day out, which is the unfortunate part. But then that would get boring. All right, where are we at? All right. We got some hangout people. That's cool.
We be chilling.
We do be chilling. All right. I will excuse myself for 1 minute, and then we will get into today's history topic. Give me 1 second. I gotta go take care of this damn hangnail.
Please do.
Oh, that's just gonna bug me all stream.
But yeah, I don't know if I completely remember where this topic came from, but I am kind of excited to see what it looked like beforehand and what it looks like now, because I know truly one of like the biggest complaints that you hear from a lot of people is, oh, I want to level up. Oh, I want to level up. Every time you play games, like, can we level up yet? Can we level up yet? Like, and don't get me wrong, like, I get the idea. You always want to be increasing in what you can do and your power and all this, that, and the third. But I mean, again, for me, a lot of the game is way more about like your character and your role play and development. Like, yes, combat's there. Yes, you want to be able to do things. You want to feel like stuff is happening. But honestly, if the story is progressing, if I feel like my character is evolving, if they're having experiences, if I feel like when you watch like your favorite show, like for me back in the day, it was Star Trek, right? I was a mad Trekkie, right? But like every episode, you felt like something was happening. You felt like a thing occurred. And even if it's one of those multi-part episodes where you don't necessarily see the conclusion at the end of every episode, like you were seeing something go down. And for me, as long as my character, as long as I'm seeing that happen for my character over time, like that's one of the most important things that I want to see is when it comes to progression. But I definitely appreciate what leveling looks like, because, whether it's straight up experience, whether it's milestone, whether it's, your DM just says so, it makes you feel like you get to go from one thing to the next. It makes you feel like you're actually stepping up and not just a journey straight forward. So I'm here for it. But yeah, very cool, very cool.
I forgot to add them here.
I see Hecate asked, I don't know who you were asking about favorite pizza topping, but that's challenging for me because I like almost everything on my pizza. Almost everything. Not necessarily all at the same time, but you name it, I'll probably try it. Granted, there are some terrible things, but I will say I am what you would call basic in a lot of ways. So honestly, just straight up pepperoni is fire. Especially, what's the one place with the little pepperonis that are like tiny little cups?
Those are just they're just a different type of pepperoni, but it's
like
it's
what place usually has
that?
That's the one. Yes. Oh my gosh, those pepperonis, they get me every time. Especially because they could put so many on there when the whole piece is just like covered in it. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Asking everyone. All right, respect.
So for me, I would say,
see, Soul and I are both super basic. Cheese and pepperoni.
I mean, well, see, here's the thing, right? Because it's the ambiguity. It's the ambiguity of the question. Here's the problem with it, right? It's what's your favorite pizza topping, not what's your favorite pizza. Because what's your favorite pizza could be anything from barbecue chicken, buffalo chicken,
that's true,
supreme.
Sure.
Favorite topping However,
yes,
is a big deal because while cheese, I do believe, is a valid answer, I think it's more of a valid answer for a type of pizza because you actually have to go out of your way to not have cheese on a pizza.
That is relatively true, yes.
So to me, cheese actually isn't an official topping, personally.
Cheese is kind of equivalent to the sauce.
To me, a cheese pizza is a toppingless pizza because you wouldn't technically, I mean, I have seen people do it who are lactose intolerant, but technically you wouldn't just get a cheeseless pizza because then that's just the baked bread with marinara sauce, right? So it's like there's a point at which and then there's other people who get really crazy where what officially is a topping because what you put on before, like the layers matter for some people. But all I'm saying is that, sauce and cheese to me, I don't necessarily classify as toppings because unless you go,
I can get behind that mindset.
Unless you're changing the base, like cheese is just kind of a base, like right out there, right?
What about boneless pizza? I don't know how to feel about that statement at all.
I mean, I prefer mine crunchy, so I don't know. I gotta have my bone-in pizza.
I mean, so y'all are wild.
But anyway, so when it comes to the topping question, that's why I say it's usually an ambiguous question because some people will answer. It's like, oh, well, I love supreme. I love combination pizza. That's like it's a pizza, not a topping.
Yes,
like that. There's multiple toppings on a pizza, right? So something like Italian sausage. That's on a meat lovers. That's on a pepperoni and sausage. That's on a sausage only pizza. That's on a combo. That's on a supreme. So Italian sausage is more like the answer you're trying to look for because it could be on multiple types of pizza. You could say that chicken is your favorite pizza topping, meaning on average, you get more chicken pizzas than anything else. So in terms of favorite pizza, I would have to say it's like probably just like a good supreme or combo pizza.
Sure.
Like with the right amount of ratios. It's not just because it has everything, but it has to be the right ratio.
You definitely need appropriate ratios. That's true.
And it's not every topping. A supreme or a combo isn't everything on there. There's select 5 things that make a good supreme pizza, right? But that's not the question. So for the question, specifically favorite topping, for me, it definitely has to be pepperoni. And more specifically, I like the smaller pepperonis more. If I had the choice, it would always be the tinier pepperonis because they get crunchy and they're a little bit more oily, and I like that. I like me a drippy pizza. Not like, not like drenched, arm, yes. But when I pick up the pizza, if it drips off a little bit of grease, especially from the pepperoni, I know I'm solid. Or the pepperoni cup is all crispy, but it has like a little pool of like the oil still inside of it, fine. But I think pepperoni would be my actual official favorite because I would say 9 times out of 10, pepperoni is on the pizza that I order. No matter what order of other things are on it, regardless of the sauce, the type of cheese, and the other ingredients, I rarely have a pizza that doesn't, unless it's like a chicken-based pizza, I rarely have a pizza that doesn't have pepperoni. That's true. And I'm disappointed if the pepperoni isn't
I will say,
flavor.
Whenever I go to, because I go to Blaze Pizza kind of regularly, whenever I go with my lady, and for whatever reason, lately my favorite pizza to get is one with the white sauce, chicken, bacon, and like what else do I put on there? Mushrooms and spinach on the top. That has been just straight fire. And I don't know why. And then you got this like high rise crust on there. Now you don't get all the like crispy crunchies, although the way they cook it, like sometimes the actual spinach leaves can get a little crispy, and it's kind of nice. I mess with it. I can say he's not a fan of the pineapple.
Alfredo pizza could be really nice.
Yes. That I mess with.
Chicken and ranch Pittsburgh style. Haven't heard of that before.
I don't know what Pittsburgh style is, but chicken and ranch is straight fire. I will definitely mess with it.
Yeah, I don't know the big deal about why everyone gives 2 shits about pineapple pizza. Like why that particular topping? I literally have never understood the desire for people to give 2 shits about that. Like I truly don't believe in that whole fight. You know what I mean? Like the whole pineapple pizza, like pineapple on pizza fight to me is about as useless as the left and right Twix fight.
I mean,
like,
sure.
Hot take. Agreed. I've always looked at it that way. All of these people who get like hella heated, I'm just like, bro, you literally fell for the joke. Like literally you fell for it so hard that you literally like.
Listen, I do it for the meme, and I do it mostly with the kids because why not? Because you can.
I've seen people like literally get into fights over this shit, and it's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's a fucking topping on a goddamn piece of pizza. Like Shut up.
It's just food. Like if you don't like it, like that's
Like,
fine.
I'm not a huge fan of anchovies, but I don't ban them. I don't like immediately be like, oh, I can't be friends with you because you eat anchovy pizza.
Exactly.
I know so many people who absolutely hands down refuse to eat mushrooms. Like to them it is the most disgusting thing to eat.
Mushrooms are one of my favorite
because
foods.
in their mind it's like it's a fungus, so they literally can't get past it.
It's so wild. I mean, I get it,
but those very people who literally will like just the idea of a mushroom just sends them into that like frenzy of, oh my god, it's so disgusting. But not even they have as hard of a time with mushrooms on pizza than they do with pineapple on pizza. Like, explain it to me that the thought of mushrooms almost makes you vomit, but yet when we talk about pizza,
pineapple's more of a faux pas than anything.
I don't get it. I literally do not understand why people care so much.
But listen, I don't understand why people care so much about what football team you like. I could never, like, I understand that it happens, but it's like people, again, the same thing. People will get into like fist fights because you like a different team than them.
Well, like Soul says,
and I'm like,
Soul can't stand the taste of pineapple. That's a completely valid reason not to. If I don't like the taste of onions, guess what? I won't have onions on a pizza.
There you go.
Makes sense. Like, but just having a bare nature like this,
a visceral reaction to somebody else,
just like that doesn't belong on pizza. But like, by what terms? What does that mean that it doesn't belong on? Like, there's a lot of things that I've seen on pizza that don't belong on pizza. But guess what? It's fucking food.
Listen, I don't think. Hot take. I think like the spicy candy should be outlawed. But again, that's that is a personal preference. That's just not something I'm gonna eat.
Right.
But
like, I pretty much stay away from any like most sesame based, like the savory sesame desserts. I'm not a huge fan of sesame in my desserts.
Sesame in your desserts,
you know, like sesame seeds on like dessert buns, or like the sesame candies or things like that,
okay,
or like roasted sesame. Like,
I've seen
sesame
that.
is a great flavor. I love cooking with sesame, but in a dessert fashion, it is not the type of savory that goes well on a dessert palate. Like for me, it just there's very few times I've ever been able to have that and just be like, oh, this is a very like this blends well with all the other flavors. Like sesame is great with so many other flavors, but not typically with anything sweet, in my opinion.
I know this is going to be a little controversial, but there are some times where I just think people in the kitchen are doing too much. They're just trying to mix too many contrary, and like I understand wanting to be creative and wanting to think outside the box and do cool and different things, but I'm like, bro, sometimes let's just make food, like actual food. But you just trying to like whatever.
See, okay, the only time I like red bean paste typically is in like the red bean ice cream. I'll do red bean ice cream.
Oh yeah, I'll mess with that.
Ones like the
like those little what do you find? Is that Daiso? That's not Daiso. What's that place in the mall?
There's like any international market.
Yeah. So I've seen those. Those are actually pretty fire.
Cosmic says prawns, black olives, mushrooms, and extra cheese on pizza. I like that. Yeah, the downside is, I don't know where anybody else who would actually be able to do prawns outside of like a nicer restaurant. Like that's
I'm not a huge seafood fan.
Occasional, I've seen like shrimp pizzas before, which is really interesting. Never got to try it, but I would like to see more of like a seafood option for pizza. I could see that really going well.
Yeah. I think, again, especially for those who eat seafood, like I'm the wrong person to ask. Outside of sushi itself, I do not mess with seafood. Like anytime it's in sushi, I'll mess with it all day long. I don't care. And I don't know why it is, but it's just the combination of it being in a roll that just completely changes the experience for me. But like any sort of like raw seafood, it usually does not mesh well with me. Salmon, shrimp, like whatever it is, deep fried, wrapped in bacon, it doesn't matter. It's just not the vibe.
Crazy.
It's just not the vibe. I know.
We
it's
get a
wild.
hydrate from chat. Thank you so much.
Oh, please. Ooh, hydration.
Pickled garlic is actually really fun to make. And most pickling things are really fun once you find a ratio that you can do.
I definitely would mess with that.
Yeah, pickling is like we we love doing like pickled onions when we do burgers. We'll pickle like rooty vegetables. So we've done like we'll take some onions, radish, and like parsnip, pickle that a little bit for a little while. What else have we done? It's been a while since we've done them. It's mostly onions. Onions are always a great little thing, because you can either do those overnight, or I mean, there's ways to do really quick pickles if you just want like a quick little like add-on for a meal. So yeah, I'm all about doing that. Carrots are also really fun to pickle, because I don't like carrots usually. So once they're like pickled, especially with the vinegar, they get really nice.
Interesting.
Like, I'll just have those straight. If I do an entire jar, because I'll do like last time we did it, we did I forget what they're called, but they're those tiny like little like the tiny onions that are like the little bulbs, little tiny bulb onions that I forget what they're called, but they're like super tiny.
I know what you're talking about.
So it was those and carrots, like little like baby carrots that we chopped up. So threw those in a jar and then did those with a dill and vinegar pickle, like a dill vinegar base, and left those in there for like 2-3 weeks. And oh my god, I just ate those straight out of the can. Like I didn't even cook them. I just straight up devoured them. So good.
That's clean.
That's the cool thing about pickling, is it can make things that you don't like taste so much better.
Hey man, there's a reason for it.
One thing I've wanted to try is pickling beets. I haven't done it yet, but I want to try pickling beets. I really like beets, and I'd really like to see what would happen if I pickle them. Pickle spiced flavored almonds. It's just mainly pickling salt. That I'm not a huge fan of almonds, so that just doesn't appeal to me. I'm not a person that just can eat almonds, so yeah, I don't even know if the pickling salt could get there. But it would be interesting though. I just
are all nuts considered legumes?
I don't know. I'm not the person for that question.
I'm gonna look that up later.
To hit beautiful Google. Leveling the palate, yeah. I've thought about doing a cooking stream once or twice. I really like cooking, and we have the setup for it. So Vixie's done a cooking stream. She did a baking stream.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that.
So I've definitely thought about doing it after watching her do it. It seems like a lot of fun. I just don't know what I would do. Obviously, probably D&D themed.
Sure.
But
that would definitely work.
Really don't know what I would try to do that. So we'll figure that out.
Sling us some ideas if you have them.
Yeah, let me know in the chat or in Discord if you guys want a cooking stream at some point, and then we'll plan something out. It's one thing I haven't really put any thought into is what I would do for a cooking stream. It's always just been that'd be kind of nice maybe at some point.
You could do something similar to how you did the what do you call it, the cocktails.
Oh yeah. All right, give me 1 second. I have to put some last second notes together here, and then we'll start. Wasn't sure I wanted to use these, but no.
We getting it. Ooh, where'd you guys go?
Okay, no, I don't want to use these. All right, I will just read them off from here, because that's fine when we get to them. It's fine, chat.
It's fine, y'all. It's fine.
All right, so I guess we shall begin. Finally, it's only been 45 minutes. Who cares? All right, so we can now start today's topic. Yes, we got our hydrate. Thank you very much. All right, a dwarven feast, but I think since they love to mine and blacksmith, something spicy so they can taste it. Yeah, I get that. Dice, yeah, dice shaped cookies. I'd probably have to get Vixie's help on that for some good homemade cookies. A pickled drink series. Bloody Mary goes with spicy green beans, and that would be, what would a sweet pickled beet go with? See, that's the thing is, until I know what the pickled beet would taste like, I don't know what drink it would go with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beets can go in so many different directions. I mean, they can get savory or they can get super sweet.
Really?
And I don't know. Yeah, because you can get candied beets. Like you can candy beets. So You
Wild.
can go a lot of different directions with them. I think roasting them with balsamic vinegar, like pour balsamic vinegar all over them with a little bit of oil, and then roast them. So,
Interesting.
but yeah, I would have to figure out what they would taste like, and then I could probably figure out what kind of a drink to put them in. It would also highly discolor the drink, though, so that would also be something to keep in mind, is how discolored that drink would get, because it would just turn it like super dark red purple.
I mean, that's not the end of the world, right?
No, but you got to keep that in mind for the theme. Like, what is
Oh,
that like?
oh yeah. Like, how's that
Is it
going to
gonna
affect?
I mean, actually, with the right type of beet and the right pickling, you might even get it near black, like so dark it looks black.
That could be kind of cool, depending on what you're making. Maybe this like some weird undead
I want to make
ichor.
a black cocktail now with. Okay, I'm gonna look into potentially doing a black cocktail with beets at some point, because that sounds. I think I can do it. I think you can get it dark enough. Maybe reduce it. Maybe get like a lot of beet juice, reduce it, and then darken it so much. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Okay, thanks, Aki, for the idea. All right, so let's get into our topic for today, everyone. And that is going to be the history of leveling. So we are going to go through each of the editions and look at how leveling has evolved all the way from OD&D all the way to 5th edition. We're going to point out everything from what they focused on in terms of where the leveling came from, both from internally in the game, in terms of balance, in terms of how XP was handed out by the DM to the players, and how it was measured in terms of balance across the party and across the different classes. We're also going to talk a little bit about the actual charts themselves, and a little bit more about the math that went along with each of the editions, and how you were, how you were getting from one level to the next. Because surprisingly enough, this has actually changed way more than I thought. Like this one,
really?
I honestly chose this. I kind of like I said, I had this in my back pocket for a long time now, and I always thought it was just going to be like maybe a 1 or 2 hour, like small little, like I just don't have time today, I'm just going to do this. And there's actually a lot to it. So
interesting.
Kind of surprising. We might get a normal stream out of this.
Okay, I'm here for it.
But let us begin, and let me know if we've messed with some of the audio. So alerts are now up audio wise, so we should have all of the alerts coming through. We won't miss any, and hopefully
we can hear those too.
Yeah, we should be able to hear them. You should be able to hear them. And then also let me know how well the music is today. I did some alterations with the music volume, so let me know if we're at a good volume for the stream today, and if I need to adjust it. But otherwise, let's go all the way back in time like we do.
I love it. I love it.
Good job.
Good job. Hey,
I fucking love that one, dude. Like, that is probably my favorite of all of the
sound
that I put
alerts.
up there. Yeah, all of the sound clips. I think that is my hands down favorite one.
I'm quite partial to that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Alistair is my favorite character from Hazbin Hotel, though. That's why.
Same.
So I absolutely adore that character.
That's the radio demon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just hands down, just like the best. Everything about it is just great.
That's a lot of damage. Thank you, Hecate. Much appreciated. Exactly.
All right. So as we do, we are going to take a trip back in time all the way to OD&D. This is before it became AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. This was just Dungeons and Dragons before the additions, back when it was just barely an idea of a couple buddies turned into a public game. But originally, the character progression was actually quite slow. So it's actually very funny that you bring up the more modernized issue that a lot of DMs have, which is the, when
am I going to level up?
Yeah, the are we there yet of leveling up questions, right?
100%.
Let's see. They are a bit low volume, but not sure yet. Let me know, guys, if that was good or not for you in terms of that. I don't know what else. I think I've turned them all up to max, so I don't know what else I need to do to send them out louder to the audience.
Got you. Interesting.
Yeah, because I know that they don't. We can hear them through the desktop audio, but they should be able to hear them directly through it. So I don't know what else I would have to do. Actually, let me do a test real quick, y'all.
I mean, I got a lot of points if you want me to buy some stuff.
I get them for free, so
well,
fancy. Chat, let me know if you actually hear this one, please.
Wild. Yay.
Because obviously we hear it, but I'm curious, did it actually come through or not? Because if that one didn't,
That's still talking about vicious mockery.
Oh, from Has Been Hotel. You're so ugly, even Charlie and Morningstar would redeem your soul.
Wild. And I didn't hear it. Oh, sadness.
Gotcha. So I think I know what the problem is. How am I going to do this, guys? Okay, how's the music volume? Is that still okay? I want to make sure that's not like, too bad for anybody. Music is fine? Okay, cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm actually curious now that I actually have someone that can actually tell me directly live. Do you guys notice, does the music seem to get quieter while we're speaking? And then does it seem to get slightly louder to fill in the silence when we're not? I'm supposed to have it programmed that way. It's supposed to.
That's right. I remember you telling me about that.
As we speak, when it catches us, and then it's supposed to bring the music back a little bit louder when we stop speaking.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, it is what I did. Awesome.
Very nice. Very
Cool.
nice.
Just glad that that's all working. That's fantastic. And that was the biggest thing, is I don't mind it being loud enough for everyone to jam to, but I definitely don't want it to,
drown us out for sure.
So now that that's the case, let me do this one more time. Let me know if y'all hear this alert or how well. Is that any louder than previously?
Okay, I was about to say, I don't.
It was quiet.
It was quiet, but you heard it, but it was quiet. Interesting.
Okay, can you send me an admin chat and just remind me that I need to look into why alerts are so low?
Yep.
Like you guys can hear them, it's just I hear it playing in the background. I didn't have a plane in the background. That was weird. I don't know what you heard. But you guys can hear the alerts, right? Like, you know what the alerts are saying, they're just low. That was probably just the song. As long as you guys can understand the alerts, that's I guess more important. But that's just my kind of thing, is like I will have to figure out why those alerts aren't coming through as loud, because I have them on Stream Elements. I have them maxed out to 100. I have desktop audio maxed out. Oh, wait a second. Hang on a second.
Yay, pain.
I think I know.
Troubleshooting.
I think I know what's going on.
Kind of like
that was a bit louder. Yeah, I know what's going on then. So because I fix that, is that even possible to fix? No, it's not. Okay, so I know what the problem is. I don't know if I can fix it. So ChillHop is coming through my desktop audio through OBS.
Sure.
And that's what I have the what's it called? The filter to have it it's called ducking. So that's what it'll drop down when we're speaking.
Got you.
But that's the same channel that all the alerts are on. So if we're talking, the alerts will automatically get dimmed. No matter what. So that's why it was louder just that last time, is because I made sure we weren't talking when it happened. And it was louder.
Interesting.
So I don't know how I'm gonna get around that unless I can
put it on a different channel or something.
I might have to use a virtual audio cable to see if I can back route just the alerts through that. and then I can isolate that versus my desktop audio. Because my desktop audio I need to be able to control for like ChillHop and anything else that happens on my desktop. But I might need to do a virtual cable and route
just the alerts
through that and see if that will pick up. Because if it picks up that new source, then I can max out that audio better.
Okay. Yeah.
Fun.
We'll
fix it.
Fun.
Well, okay. But we're getting there. We can hear the alerts, which at least that way we can react to them. You guys can hear them. They're just a little bit quiet. So we'll work on it. But we will continue to work on it because I do want those alerts to continue to be working. But anyway, let's move on. Slight detour. Back to our subject. So you had brought up right at the beginning of the stream, and I was finding it funny that you brought up how people are just very much, when are we going to level up? Are we leveling up yet? Right? And so it is very interesting because we will be talking about when milestone leveling up happened, like when that actually got officially introduced.
Right.
That wasn't always around, right? They didn't start with milestone.
I would imagine not. Yeah.
So it is interesting because you were talking about how it seems like everybody just seems so impatient for leveling up, and where did that come from? Well, it definitely didn't start that way because very, very originally, leveling up was excruciatingly slow, which again, talking about learning all of the things that have influenced the way I game, I now fully understand why my DMing style and the way that we play my game is so drastically slow in terms of level up, and why it's just not so much not enriching, but it's just there's a lot that happens in between justifiable level ups. And it's definitely because of my influence that, my DM had from all of these older editions, right? So it's so funny that because I come from the Forgotten Realms era, I really do vibe more with the slower personal progression than this just let's get strong. So fascinating. But yes, OD&D way back before first edition, it was extremely slow, and it was meant to be. This was meant to just be a methodical, story-driven, role-play based game that was all about your interactions and less about being superheroes, right? It made sense to level up. It made sense to get new abilities. But at the end of the day, your purpose was to build the story, not to build a character.
Yes, definitely.
So there were only a few. There's a few unique changes. There were very few classes at this point. So the leveling up took place in one of three main classes. So you only had three leveling blocks.
Okay.
Right, or leveling charts, 3 tables,
and so they were different than each other. Interesting. So even from the jump, that different classes leveled differently.
Yes, and we also had level class caps. So, for instance, magic users capped at level 16.
Interesting.
Level progression was pretty simple, and the idea was, even from the beginning, the highest levels were just exponential. So the higher level you got, the harder it was to level up.
Does that mean that the only way to get to level 20 was to multi-class?
In that particular case, yeah.
Interesting. So was there any classes that weren't capped, like martial classes?
So classes were capped at certain limits, but particularly non-human characters like dwarves and elves. So the classes were capped with set limits for non-human characters like dwarves and elves. So the reason for this is early on, humans had almost no real benefits. Like all the other races lived longer than humans, and all the other races got things like dark vision, like they always got stuff.
Yeah.
So one of the benefits that humans got was they didn't have a level cap. So a human's natural ability was to be able to essentially master something that the other races couldn't, because they had innate abilities that the race didn't.
That makes sense.
And the human didn't live as long, so they only had so much time to master it, while the others would, just kind of hold on to it. So there was some lore-based reasons, but yeah, non-humans had certain level caps. And of course, that made the highest levels actually straight a barrier, because these weren't just these were racial caps too. So even multi-classing wouldn't get them to an official level 20.
Interesting. That's wild.
So class-specific progressions was the name of the game. So this is where you get the 3 blocks of XP, or the 3 XP tables. And each of these requirements for leveling up, pretty straightforward. But the idea was that it was trying to look at the balance, and back then balance meant something completely different.
Yep.
So in this particular case, one of the biggest things that you notice is that magic users progress slower than fighters. So fighters were going to level up faster because that was the way to balance out a magic user who had fireball. If I can do multiple D6 of damage on multiple enemies at once, and you can do one attack per round. That, like, starting out, that's kind of how it feels, right? So by level 10, what makes it beneficial that you can do one extra attack, but I can do way more damage? So the idea was that let the fighter level up faster so they keep up with the wizard in sense of what they can actually dish out.
So, like, I'm envisioning in my mind like a graph chart of like how powerful versus how long you've been in your class like you can become. And so I'm looking at fighters, and it kind of feels like fighters are gonna have a faster incline to get to like a higher point, but wizards, like when you hit like level 2 or 3 and you get like a certain level spell, you're gonna kind of spike, and so they're gonna have.
Or you look at it as, if you're looking at that graph, you have the fighter over here, right? So you have fighter that goes, like that. So that's his curve. But you have a wizard, so he goes like this, and you have wizard doing this, right? So he's moving up fast. The wizard's barely moving up, but the wizard started higher than he did. So he starts here, the wizard starts here. He escalates his thing while this one's barely moving, so they reach together here.
Interesting.
And then they slowly go. So the fighter's always ahead of him after the first couple levels, but they're now neck and neck in power. So the fighter gets ahead just to be on their same power level. Because just because a fighter's a level 7 or a level 8 doesn't mean that they're actually better than a level 5 wizard with that powerful spell.
I'd be very interested to actually graph that.
So, I mean, we have a couple examples here that we'll talk about the actual numbers here in a second. So if you want to do a quick little number thing, you can. But yeah, so this was class specific down to the 3 specific classes, but they wanted to make the approach of it the idea that fighters, because again, this was very basic, right? This was basically, few spells, mostly melee combat, and the idea of someone being able to take out multiple enemies with a single spell is kind of rough when you're the big bad hero with the sword. You know what I mean? And you can only take out one enemy at a time. So getting stronger, getting more attacks, being able to do more damage with your attacks was more important.
Real quick, what were the 3 classes that you mentioned earlier?
We haven't gotten into those yet.
Oh,
yeah. So far we've only heard about just the magic and the fighter so far. We haven't actually broken down the 3 just yet. But I guess I could do that now, because the next one we're going to talk about how you get XP. So we'll talk about the XP tables. So the XP tables for OD&D were broken down into 3 types. There was the fighting man or fighter. There was the magic user or wizard. And then there was the cleric. So we had 3 base classes. Cleric or priest depends on, which I think technically priest was the class. And then cleric is what you were.
Okay.
Kind of like fighter, but you could be, a swordsman kind of thing, right? Like the idea of a subclass wasn't really there, as we talked about in our previous episodes, but the idea of specialization, was a role play mechanic.
So it was like mage, priest, and
fighter, wizard, cleric are the essential 3.
Got it.
So with that, fighter actually had titles throughout their entire progression. So, and you didn't even, oh, wait, actually, is that true? Hang on a second, did I miss? I think I missed.
Leveled. Interesting.
Okay, yeah, that's right. No, I was right. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, go ahead.
So this is interesting because I think I confused some of my notes. Hang on a second.
all I was gonna say is I definitely think it's interesting that it's like the fighter, they get their power from perhaps like the number of attacks they can do. And again, I don't 100% know what higher level fighters get in earlier D&D, but later D&D, a lot of what they get is just like increased number of attacks, increased ability to do things. But again, you get magic users and they get like diversity as well as power level. Now granted, they're limited to their spell slots and things of that nature, and so they got to be selective about how they use it. But still, like those, not only are they glass cannons, but they're versatile. They're like shape-shifting glass cannons, you know what I mean? Like they can turn into all different types of things. They can turn into a cannon, they can turn into a trap on the ground, they can turn into an alarm system, they can turn into all kinds of different things that can be useful for the party. And I feel like the priest / cleric, those are, it's interesting. And again, this is just like the picture that I have in my head when I'm thinking about how things were back then. It feels like the role that they would be is a lot more of like a healer and yes, support, but like a different kind of support, more like buffing and debuffing support rather than like battlefield control and utility type, augmentation of things. Like I would imagine a wizard having haste, but I would definitely imagine a priest having bless and bane, right? Like being able to like make the enemies suck at something and make your allies be awesome at something, but the wizard can slow all the enemies, or they could hasten your allies and stuff like that. So I'm definitely starting to see like where these different, not necessarily power levels, but why you see the fighters being able to do more earlier. And I don't know what the biggest difference between like wizard and priest would be when it comes to like their leveling, but
so the issue that I was running into here is there's a little bit of a weirdness with the OD&D, right? Because you have class levels, but you also have player levels. So the class levels actually maxed out sooner than the player levels. So there's some weird rule sets that go with level caps for certain races and max level caps with certain classes as well. So even though a certain class would stop getting benefits after a certain level, you also couldn't just you couldn't go past a certain level as a full-on character. So if you were the wizard, even though technically most of these only ever went like you basically capped out for fighters would cap out at level 9 until a later supplement in OD&D that would allow them at level 12. Magic users typically at level 11, and clerics at level 8. So technically those were their maxes. And
what was wizard? You said was level 10?
Level 11.
Level 11.
And then there were a few little things here and there and other supplementals that would change that. But your player would still level up, get more hit points and everything. But then there were level caps for the races as well. So like you wouldn't be able to get past a level 16 as a player character if you were a magic user, period. Even though you stopped getting magical stuff at level 11, you would just stop actually like leveling up, period, at like level 16. It was a very, like I said, it's a very convoluted system, and when you don't have the books, it's very difficult to piece all this together.
It's interesting. Do you think you would have 9th level spells at level 11?
I don't think there were 9th level spells in OD&D.
Oh.
I don't think there are, like, at least outside of lore, there wasn't like, I don't think we had 9th level spells until Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Maybe we should go over that. Write that in the Discord. History of 9th level spells, or just history
of spell casting. Maybe
we've already done this history of like magic and spell casting. So we should probably do more like the history of high level spells.
Okay, and
then I could actually break that, because then that will dive into like where Power Word Kill came from, and some of the other high level spells that we've seen. So I'll definitely do that. But that's why my notes were really weird about this, is because I don't have any of the actual core material for this, so it's very difficult to piece all this together. But yeah, they had racial limits and class limits, and they were very extremely low, right? These were all super low level level gains. So for OD&D, to kind of give you a perspective of what leveling up looked like. So for instance, with Fighter, the from first to second level was 2,000 XP. From third or second to third was 4,000, then 8,000, then 18, 35, 70, 125, and then 200. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong. That was first edition. My bad. Okay, no, actually, yeah. OD&D was the same thing. So 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16, 32, 64, 120, 240. So basically doubled every time. Like,
okay,
that was how the progression for like Fighter went. Wizard was similar. So it was 25, 5,000, 10,000. So a little bit more, about,
But they started, so they double every time, but they started a little bit higher.
Yeah. And then clerics were 15, 3,000, 6,000, 13, and so on. And they also had names too, which is kind of cool. So for instance, like Fighter started out as a veteran at level 1. So again, kind of the mindset of, I guess the idea was you're becoming an adventurer, so you were already something, and now you've left the service, and now you're going to go out, not be a basic bitch anymore.
Right.
Level 2, you became a warrior, then a swordsman, a hero, a swashbuckler, a Myrmidon. I don't even know what that is.
Myrmidon.
A champion, a superhero, a lord are some of the titles that you would get throughout that.
Wild. That's all Fighter?
Yeah, wizards would get things like medium, seer, conjurer, thurgist, thaumaturgist, magician, enchanter, warlock, sorcerer. And then clerics would get things like acolyte, adept, village priest, vicar, curate, bishop, lama, and patriarch.
Wild. Patriarch.
So these were all just
That's
kind
impressive.
of like, in-game aspects that you could do, your title meant something, right?
I kind of missed that. I mean, missed that. Like I had it before, but like I feel like as you level up, like saying what you now are. Now, granted, like you're not necessarily holding a position, but like your level
associates the and that would be great for in-game too, because when people like introduce themselves, that could give you an idea. Like if they give you a title that is like equivalent to like level 12, like you're like, bruh, like, okay, I'm only level 7 here, like let's chill.
But then again, that would allow people to theoretically BS you.
Yeah.
Right? And be like, yeah, I'm a lord. I'm a freaking superhero, bro. And granted, they're like a freaking village idiot or whatever.
That's the thing, but then anybody could call themselves a king and you wouldn't know it if they looked the part. So
exactly.
But then again, that's just like what NPCs do. Like an NPC can threaten you. It just depends on, does the DM have it to, scare the players.
Exactly.
So that was kind of how the level progression went for those tables. And so we've already done that. Okay, so how did we get XP in OD&D, right? That's gonna be the next phase that we talk about, is how do you get XP? So the primary sorry, that's next. What are we talking about now? I have a new form of notes, guys. Bear with me. I'm trying a new
We getting
format.
it, go. We getting it.
Oh, so one of the highlights of getting XP in OD&D was that their primary focus was getting it from treasure. So there's a couple ways that you can get XP, but the primary focus was treasure.
Right.
That is where everything was all about it.
That's so weird to me. It's like the amount of treasure you got is equal to the amount of XP you got.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So treasure-based XP. I think the problem was I have another note for that was out of place. It was the level caps for non-humans. So dwarves, elves, and halflings had strict level caps limiting their maximum level, distinguishing them from humans. Humans weren't always able to continue going. So that's why it was really convoluted, that there's class levels, but there's also race levels.
Yes.
But treasure-based XP was the way to go. So the main way that OD&D dished out XP was that you basically got a 1-to-1. For every gold piece, you got 1 XP. That was how the primary method of XP worked. The original dungeon delve, you go, you kill things, and if you bring back 100 gold, you have 100 XP.
Can I ask, is this in place of what do you call it? In place of like the XP you would get from killing a creature? Like you would get 0 XP from killing a creature, it'd just be whatever loot you get from them.
Not zero, but this was just the primary. This was the highest form of XP you would get. So if you got like 100 XP or 100 gold, you knew 100 XP. It was the biggest, like, it was the number one thing that gave you XP. But there were other things that you could get it from.
Got it.
So yeah, so that was a 1-to-1 ratio. So for every gold, you would get an XP. Treasure and wealth. So other ways that you could do it. XP was primarily awarded for a 1-to-1, but it also had alternatives to where the value of an item could also be a 1-to-1. So maybe you got a $10,000 painting or a vase that was 1,000 gold.
Even if you couldn't sell it for that amount of gold, its worth is how much XP you would get.
So that really came down to DMs. Some DMs took it strict and said, if you can't sell it, you can't get the XP. So some DMs would say, hey, here's a bunch of treasure. None of it's in XP or none of it's in gold. So here's a shield +1. Oh, you have a shield +2? Well, guess what? That's 5,000 gold you can get, which means you can get 5,000 XP. But this +3 dagger is better than your dagger.
So you don't get the XP until you sell it.
That was how a lot of DMs would rule it, because of the rules as written was it was a gold to XP ratio. So I know that back in the day, from personal experience, a lot of DMs would rule it that if it wasn't converted, it wasn't XP. So the party would have to discuss and break out the treasure, because different treasure may want to be sold or kept for the party resources.
With that mindset, could you theoretically steal something and then sell it for gained XP?
Usually that's not how it works, because it was XP tied to the adventure or the kill or something.
Okay.
So it's not
like it has to be specifically found treasure.
Yeah, you can't sell your own items and get XP at, like, oh, I'm only 2 XP away. Let me just go sell a boot.
Theoretically, in the scenario that you just gave, I go out on this adventure, I find a +2 shield, I replace my +1 shield, and I sell my +1 shield.
You only would get the gold, because that your shield was not part of the treasure. It has to be treasure XP.
Interesting.
So that was the thing.
Then what happens if later down the road I get a +3 shield and I sell that +2 shield? So the second you equip it and start using it, it becomes yours, and it stops.
It's no longer treasure.
Stops counting as XP.
And this was the way that they got around the idea of it has to be treasure based. So when you found treasure, you would split up the loot, and whoever wanted it. And then whatever was left over out of the wants, people would go, is it worth selling or is it worth keeping? Because the more we sell, the more XP we all get. So it became more of a bargaining tool.
And you get both. You get the money and the XP, right?
Yeah, if you just convert it to gold, then you get the gold. But that was the point, is because sometimes you get pictures and vases and jewels, and that's all fine. You just convert those if you didn't have a roleplay reason. But when it came to something like a dagger or a shield or an armor set, those things started to become valuable in different ways, but everybody also wanted to level up. So you could get it from the wealth, but most DMs ran it that it required the XP conversion. Half of them, I would say, is probably because it was rules as written. And I think the other half was because they didn't want you found a 10,000, gold armor set. Well, you're going to get the armor set that's +3, and you're going to have 10,000 XP. So now you're 4 levels higher. Like, they didn't want to do that. They just wanted to basically give it here's your treasure. What are you taking? Are you taking the item or are you taking the experience?
Got you.
And I feel that that's relatively balanced. I'm actually not against that idea, because it gives the players more of that autonomy of what's more important to you, developing your character or progressing your character.
Yeah, I would say I'm not opposed to it either. I think the biggest thing for me is it's like, all right, I might like to have seen a little bit more consistency, like instead of like losing the XP because I chose to equip it for a little while, or because I wanted to try it out and this doesn't really work for me. Well, it sucks. Now you can't get any XP for it,
Yeah.
But I get how they were trying to like find a balance between the two, specifically.
Early stages, so there wasn't a lot of complexity in treasure. Treasure was really straightforward.
Yeah,
you mostly just got gold, and if you didn't get gold, it was something worth selling. This was just one of those. As you started getting into the supplements, as you started getting into magical items, they needed a new way to make it a choice instead of easy for the players to go, right? Because this was back when it was supposed to be hard. Like D&D had a challenge rating that was much higher back in the day. But you did bring up monsters. So monster defeat, yes, killing monsters was a way to earn XP, but in OD&D it was trash. So if a monster was going to drop like 100 gold for you, like if they were guarding 100 gold, you'd be lucky to get 15 XP out of that monster. Like the monster would give you XP for killing it, but it was so low, it was the treasure you were after.
So would you say the XP you'd get from the creature was kind of in proportion to how much treasure you might get from them, or
rarely ever?
It was more in proportion to how challenging the creature was.
It was more that, right? A super minion would give you like 10 XP, and then an actual hard monster might give you 100. But you're not getting a 5,000 XP for killing a monster. You'd be lucky with a couple hundred.
What do you think you'd get from killing a regular dragon? Not a baby dragon, not an adult, but just a dragon.
You might get anywhere from 5,000, like 500 to 1,000, like an OD&D.
So you could probably like border 1,000 going towards a dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that dragon would probably have 10k in gold.
It's crazy because that wouldn't even give you one level.
Yeah, I mean it could have it's a dragon, so think about 100k in gold. So split across the party, that could all take you from level 3 to level 6.
With the gold, yes.
Yeah. So that's the idea, right? You weren't supposed to. I look at it like if you're gonna do dungeon delving, it's going to take you a while to go through the whole dungeon, because this is back in the day, right? This was the true dungeon delve. So it's going to take you several tries. You're going to go through multiple layers, right? Let's say there's 10 layers of this dungeon. Yes, when you first start out, maybe the first 3 levels, you'll be able to level up. You'll get 5,000 and get to level 3 within the first 5, half levels, right? But after that, the idea is that it's the end treasure that's going to boost you. So yes, you might get a little bit of XP here and there from the monsters, especially in the early levels to help you move along. But there's a point at which it was the whole point of, it doesn't matter how many times you do this, the point is to do it. So it's not, let's just spam the first couple easy levels, get some XP and then leave. It was once you start it, you should finish it. So that was kind of the mindset is, yes, you're getting this little XP from these monsters, but it's not worth it unless you're going for the gold at the end.
Yeah.
Because the gold at the end of a dungeon was typically more XP than all of the XP you've gained finishing the dungeon.
Would you say that in these older school dungeons, like you're not going to find much treasure along the way?
Correct.
You're only really looking to find treasure at the end.
Typically, if anything, you would get like breadcrumb treasure. Like maybe in the first 2 levels they'd give you a small pouch to then go leave the dungeon, recoup, and then come back. So sometimes you get benchmark like treasure, or like sprinkled items every now and again from dead adventurers. But the whole goal, because of the original premise, was get the horde. There was always a major thing, and that's why you could do a dungeon for the first couple levels, because you might get 1 level in the first couple dungeons. But then at the end, you'd go up a level or 2. And then you go to the next dungeon, and halfway through, you might level up once. But then you get to the end, and then you level up twice. So the idea was getting to the end of the dungeon was the real reward. Anything that you got ahead, like before that, was more of just a, help push you there, motivate you. But the whole goal was finish. Don't just skim the top, get to the end. And I do like the push there.
Yeah, no, I'm not mad at that. It
always was more rewarding to get to the end than it, I mean, some people like, the mindset of the journey is more important, but this was definitely more, but the journey to the end is the most important.
Right.
And then of course there were minimal options to grant XP. It was very rarely mentioned, but you were able to give like role playing or story accomplishments. So this was the first like seedling of milestone leveling up, where it was like, hey, you guys accomplished the next big phase, I'm going to give you guys an extra 500. Or, you did exactly what your character was supposed to do in every sense of the case. I'm going to give you a character. So there were opportunities to where if they just did excel, maybe they all like critted that round, so you'll give them a couple extra. There are always ways that you can give them small amounts, but again, it was only just to help keep their taste for pushing to the end of a new dungeon. It was always keeping them focused on the end prize. So It says leveling up from level 1 to 9 after 1 encounter. So I do know that it is possible, but I do appreciate what my DM taught me, at least like what my DM did and what I've adopted as well. Was that having a limit?
Was that a part of the actual rule set?
No.
Or was that exploding thing something that was unique?
As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that was unique to him. I don't think D&D had any level caps. Did I mention that anywhere here. I don't think I found anything. I don't think there was any like specific way. Oh no, I do have it. Yeah. So as of right now, there are no level caps, or there's no. So in OD&D, there is no. I do have those notes. But
there's no level up at one time cap.
There's no cap to how many times you can level up in one session. So
interesting.
What Soul said is in OD&D, you absolutely could level up from level 1 to 9 if you defeated something with enough XP. Rubber bank and get enough gold for level 20. There you go. That would technically work.
Wild.
Have we started a campaign? No, we haven't started a campaign yet, Freeman. We are hoping to probably next year once I get the tavern and all of the equipment up there. But yes,
very cool.
We will be doing some campaigns hopefully on stream soon.
Oof.
But yeah, so yes, so yeah, no max level you can get at one session in OD. But that's it. So that's it for OD&D. Nuking a necromancer with a gargantuan bugbear from roughly 50 feet in the air. Oh, that's always nice. just drop a bugbear on them. That's fine.
Wild.
All right, so that was how we leveled up and how we got XP in OD&D. So let's move on to first edition and see what they changed. Obviously things got a little bit more complex. That was pretty simplistic. It was just very straightforward. Fighters got a little bit of a boost to stay ahead of the wizards, but otherwise it was fairly straightforward. Just get gold, get better.
Get good scrub.
So with first edition, we got a little bit more of a formalized leveling system for each of the classes. And now each class had their own unique progression table. So other than just having like the 3 base, and it was just kindly, more focused on fighter, this one was like, okay, all of the classes need to have their own leveling system.
So there was more than just 3 at this point.
Exactly.
Got you.
They all had a unique progression table that was dedicated to them, and making it, they actually made it uneven across all of the classes. Another new approach to balancing, because it was, each class wasn't designed to be equal to each other, right? They weren't all going to be as powerful as each other the whole time. So they're unique choices for sure, but they went with the idea that there was going to be a big asymmetry with all of the classes and how they were leveling up.
Very interesting.
So for instance, in this particular case, fighters and thieves would level up faster than magic users, because again, magic users were deemed as the most powerful at the time because of the spells they could cast. So they would level up slower because they would already have access to more higher power early on. But this is also where we also get to see more class distinctive features get introduced as you level up. So with what first edition did is as they diversified the classes, they also started to give individual benefits to certain classes. So being able to access new spells for mages, like leveling up and being able to unlock new spell slots. Thieves getting backstab.
Okay.
Fighters getting a second attack. These are all things that started to come out with these individualized leveling up tables, so you could feel like you are getting a customized level up.
So if that wasn't a part of leveling in the past, what were a lot of the, so there were features that you got, just not nearly as many.
Exactly.
Is that what? Okay.
They were just this is more of an expanded list of making sure that like a thief felt like a thief, a fighter felt like a fighter. Before it was just you had a role to play and this is how you leveled up to show how long you've been playing. Now they're saying, now we need to show off, what does it mean? What does it mean that you leveled up? What does it mean that you, a fighter, can do fighter stuff? What does it mean for a rogue to do it? So getting class features was their first way to start to customize each of the classes.
I know, especially in a lot of our homebrew review stuff, like you and I have both talked about a lot about how we feel about the leveling spread that D&D has when it comes to like gaining features and feeling customized. Like, is these older versions, is this something where it was like you would go 3 or 4 or 5 levels without actually literally seeing anything different? Or was this something where almost every single level you were seeing at least some sort of feature that you were getting, that you were finding some sort of...
Because of how difficult it was, you were usually getting some sort of benefit or boost every level, if not every other level, because it required so much. Later editions, they mix and match, so where they were trying to give you something at least every level or every other level. Like in second edition, they have proficiency points, and you either get a proficiency points like every 2 levels, every 3 levels, every 4 levels, and you get weapon and non-weapon, right? So it's like every level you'd either get a non-weapon or a weapon proficiency, so you would be able to expand your character. And this was kind of the same way. It wasn't like 5 levels later, right? Because again, thinking about how much it took to level these characters up, I mean, you were doubling the amount of XP every time.
But to your point, even a lot of stuff like that, I mean, granted, those features allow you to sink those points into whatever you want. But a lot of the times it feels like just getting an ASI, you know, like just imagine if like all those blank levels were just filled with like ASIs or something like that. I mean, granted, it's not going to be like, you're not adding like stat points, but like to something specific, you know what I mean? So,
well, and that's where, you know, that's kind of the play on earlier editions versus the current editions, because earlier editions were much more about the player involvement in all of that creation, right? You were developing the character. So the game didn't need to give you something for you to develop that character because it was more roleplay based. Nowadays, because it is more combat and mechanic based, it kind of needs to be more handoutish, right? It kind of needs to be like before you got weapon and non-weapon proficiencies because you got to fully customize that character. It's kind of like the point buy system. You got to decide, do I learn a new weapon this time or do I get better at the weapon I have? That was a full-on customizable choice. So you could have 3 monks in the party and all of them have a completely different spread. Because yes, they did get an ASI or a feat, you know, like a feat point every you know level, and where it feels generic.
But they spent it differently.
But yes, but it was 100%. It wasn't. You can only spend it on these 2 things. So if there's enough of you, it looks the same. It was truthfully, you got to fully go out and customize. If you wanted to be a rogue that was the grandmaster at daggers, that nobody could deal with daggers like you, that you could just basically pull out a dagger and like spin it like a basketball on your finger kind of thing. You could just put all of your weapon proficiencies in dagger and never touch another weapon. And you would just literally be the best dagger wielder ever. You could pretty much just pull off a bunch of shit. But you may want to be a jack of all trades. You may want to walk on a battlefield and just be able to pick up any weapon without thinking and be able to use it. Not well, but well enough. And that's kind of where, again, it's that different mindset where I do appreciate what subclasses and what people are doing. But as we've run into, sometimes it does kind of suck to just know I chose this, so I'm locked into this. Like, it's kind of like being on rails in a game. Like, I've chosen this, you know, level, so I know that this is the only thing I get. Whereas back here in the older editions, it was more of I know I'm this class, I know what job I have, I'm gonna just get to do whatever I want with it. So there is that little bit of a play of player freedom versus player expectation. Yeah, there's more expectation now because you kind of know what you're getting. Back then it was, you never really knew what you were getting because you hadn't built it yet. But that was also the different case. Nowadays you can build from the top down. You can build a level 20 character and then just reverse it to level 1. Back here you really couldn't do that.
Right.
You couldn't really plan for what your character would look like in 20 levels. Like, you could theoretically, but technically speaking, the way that leveling up worked is, and everyone could level up differently.
You would really never know exactly how it was going to plan out.
Exactly. So, and that's also maybe where, for you guys, this is a big insight on when we talk about subclasses and why I have my thoughts and opinions as I do on how subclasses tend to level up. Because I come from a world where it really should be this ever evolving character, and sometimes those subclasses do feel kind of railroady, and not in a good way. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes they're great because they really fulfill the ideology of the character, but at the same time, it doesn't take the character into account. It says, here's your class, so here's your future. And it's like,
right.
But what if I didn't choose exactly, because like the reason why we want to do subletting subclasses as a whole series, the idea of like the Echo Knight, it's like, it's a cool class, it's a cool concept, but it literally requires me to decide that if I choose that, my character lives that life. There's no alternative life.
Yeah.
It's the life of the Echo Knight. And I'm not saying like I can't be a different personality, but when I use my powers can only be used in one way. And if I meet another Echo Knight, I can guarantee I know how their power works. That's to me why, if I ever seem like I have a problem with that, it's probably because it comes from my days of this, where that would be very hard to come across, where two people would literally be identical. It's harder in older editions as it is now. That's not a bad thing, but I think I can understand why I have that approach that I do, because it does kind of suck when you realize that any two people of the same subclass are pretty much identical. You know what I mean? Like, outside of ASI and some of their stats, they're gonna progress the same way. Whereas back in the day, you couldn't. Unless you two were collaborating, you really couldn't progress the exact same way.
Yeah.
But like, is that a good thing? Is that better? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that this was the best way to do it. I think I just prefer it from a lore point of view, because I do like my game to be more lore based. I much prefer this because it lets you build the character based on what's happening in the world. Whereas once you've chosen that subclass, it does not matter what happens in the world. You know what the fuck your character's going to get, what he's going to do with it. You've already planned it. And even if you haven't, once you get it, there's only so many things you can do with what you were going to be handed. In the older editions, you could pivot. The moment you leveled up, you could be like, I was thinking that, but not now that I've seen this. You can't do that with subclasses.
Right.
In 5th edition, if you choose a subclass because you're like, oh guys, we're in this campaign and it's in the snow, I'm going to be a fire sorcerer because of all these different reasons. 5 levels in, you can't change your mind that fire spells aren't working. You can't change your mind that, well, focusing on this wasn't really, no, you already chose to be a sorcerer. Like, there really wasn't a way for you to
I will say that
leave that situation.
Imagine you're that rogue and you pour all your points into your dagger, and then halfway down the road, yeah, you can start specializing in something else, but you still got all them points into dagger. You still spent all that time learning dagger. It's not like you're gonna unlearn that and replace it with something else.
True, absolutely.
It's like, so you
were never forced into that from the beginning.
That's true.
You're only forced into
true.
it after you've made that choice.
And now the reality is lightweight the same is true, but it's like you made that choice at character creation versus throughout the campaign.
And that's where I'm more comfortable at level 10, realizing, you know what, man, at level 7, I shouldn't have done that. I'm okay with that.
More than...
But at level 3 going, fuck, the next 15 levels are going to suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big difference of looking back and regretting a choice I've made, because that's like anything, right? Oh, we pissed off that NPC. We shouldn't have done that. Versus, I know how this is going to play out and there's nothing I can do about it. So neither are better or worse. But I just definitely know where my preference is.
I'll say at the very least, you could still multi-class. Like, if you're really not liking it and you really want to mix things up, like, you know,
100%, yeah,
you can still multi-class. You can still do a little something else.
We have a hydrate and a posture. Thank you so much.
Bringing us back to Earth, Aki. Appreciate you.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, so that's kind of the thing is when it comes down to it, it's definitely personal preference on how you want to build out that character. I think the meta now is knowing what your character is going to be and knowing what the most powerful version it is. So you're just anticipating to get there. I think it just, when it comes down to it, my personal preference is figuring it out along the way. That's the way I like to DM. That's the way I like to play my characters. So again, I grew up on, I say I grew up, but you know, when I came into D&D, I came in on Forgotten Realms. So it's obvious why it's such an inspiration, but at the same time, it is kind of funny that even though it's where I started, I still prefer it. Even though the standard for my generation is 5th edition, I really do like the approach of it more being about the story and the lore than it being about the mechanics and the build. And Freeman suggests playing a Twilight 2000 4E. I don't even know what that is.
It sounds like it's what do you call it? It sounds like it's a variation. Like earlier Soul was talking about their Rick and Morty campaign, so where somebody takes D&D and like
gotcha.
reskins it as something else. So Twilight might be like a skinning of 4th edition that they had done at some point in time.
Interesting.
Unless they meant 5e, I'm not 100% sure, but
yeah. Okay, so like a Twilight version of D&D. I probably wouldn't play a Twilight version of D&D, and I definitely wouldn't play anything in 4th edition. I've tried it. I will stay away from 4th edition.
At the very least, you tried it.
Yeah, I mean, we you know, I got to give any D&D credit. Like I'll try all the new versions of it, but yeah, like 4th edition, I'll stay away from. And yeah, I don't have any interest in like the Twilight like.
It's not 4th edition, or it's not based upon like Twilight the show or the movies. But
yeah, so. But yeah, I mean, that's why I just focus mostly on High Point. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many modules and so many other things that you can play out there. I guess it really just depends on the type of world you want. I mean, I know a lot of people who like the one shots, or they like the more linear campaigns where, you know, it's nice and neat, start point, end point.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. For me, I think it's because for me, D&D always just takes a lot of investment building a character, and I just put a lot into it. I just can't help it. I put a lot into when I do play. So I think for that, when it comes into it, playing a one shot or playing a very isolated, like start to finish game feels like so much extra effort for me, because it's like, it can be fun, but at the end of the day, it's like I put in a lot to not get the reward that I would really want that much. Like, I don't get the reward I feel like I put the effort in for.
Yeah,
like the open world games where I can see my character through, even if it dies, like the fact that I got to make decisions and roll with it and see it through. Because unfortunately for me, like I like getting into games, and I understand sometimes you just got to like accept, like, you know, the characters are playing, you got to accept the premise. But there's also times where if it's just not entertaining for me, I'm sorry, if it's not geared for me to play my character the way I want to play it, you know, it's just going to be more of, if I have to play a role, I have to be in the right mood to play that role.
So we'll say Freeman did clarify. So it's not like have anything to do with the movies. It's not like a reskin of something. It's just it's its own setting.
Oh,
so
okay.
Twilight's just like a D&D setting.
It's just called Twilight 2000.
Yeah,
okay, interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard about it yet, but yeah. I mean, there's so many different, you know, versions out there. That's what kind of cool. You know, I mean,
true.
You know, Dresden has its own TTRPG.
Does it really?
Oh yeah.
Wild.
TTRPG
Wild.
Absolutely. It's just it's that whole thing of like, I do want to test certain ones, and I do have a couple in mind that will eventually test out once we get the tavern. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like I only have so much capacity to intake new rules. So it's like, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna have to be mindful of, like, I don't want to just go and pour into a whole nother type of TTRPG that I'm only gonna try once, and then have all of that either not stick or have too much of it stick.
And that's the thing, is
what
like,
I do know.
I'm down to learn. I'm down to like participate, and like if it's a situation where we can like kind of come into it and kind of start fresh, like you would be introducing anybody new into D&D. But it's like,
right,
like you said, it's probably nothing that I'm gonna try and keep. Right,
and that's the thing.
D&D I've been trying to keep for a while.
Well, yeah, and I have been, and that's why I want to do something like Call of Cthulhu when we do finally like test an actual like a different TTRPG other than D&D, because like Call of Cthulhu has a lot of mechanics that I've slowly tried to incorporate into High Point, and I want to indulge in more. So it's one of those ones where I'd be willing to learn more of it, because I want to incorporate some of what it does. Like, I like some of its mechanics, and I think that they could really enhance a D&D campaign, or even just like a gaming session. You know, if you do like a horror gaming session where they go to like, you know, a haunted house, or they go somewhere that, you know, has some like supernatural activity. I think there could be a lot of aspects that Call of Cthulhu has, which is why that's one of the ones I'm willing to learn and read up on, and actually run a game, hopefully, at some point, because that would just be a lot of fun.
Okay, I'm here for it. I definitely know that there have definitely been a lot of other RPGs that have what I would consider well-needed mechanics, like to do specific things that like other games don't have, which is why, you know, I'm genuinely all about cannibalization, right? Like my mindset is like, I want to create the Jeet Kune Do of D&D, just like take all of the aspects of all the RPGs that are out there and like put it together so that you can play a game that you get the most out of. Now, granted, there isn't really a Jeet Kune Do of RPGs, because like what people like is going to be different from table to table to table.
Yeah.
But like for me, like I can create my own, like, you know, there's an objective reality of what martial arts can do.
Yeah.
Right. But when it comes to like what entertains you, there's really no objective reality to speak of. It's
that's the, you know, big thing about it too, is it's the entertainment value for you and those that you're playing.
Very much so.
All right, so where did we? Oh yeah, so we're still on first edition. Yeah, so we just started with first edition, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting back to getting off topic as always, but
back to the topic at hand.
So first edition, let's see. So with XP, oh yeah, so we just talked about that we had a few more XP tables. We talked about how now we're getting class-based features as you level up.
Mm-hmm.
So they're starting to realize that classes need to be more defined, more unique. And so as you level up through these new XP tables, you're going to get specified things as you go. This is also, first edition is also when multi-classing was finally allowed. Now, technically OD&D kind of had like the prestige classes and there was kind of a multi-classing thing, but you know, you had the whole thing where they were like,
yeah,
it was a weird combination. We've already gone over that. We're not going to go over it again, but if you want to check that out, we do have History of the Prestige class if you guys want to go check out that episode. But multi-classing was now more actually allowed, and then you would actually be able to take on to another class. But in first edition, this is where they added a different complexity to multi-classing. It wasn't just adding something on. What this one was a full lifestyle change up until you became equally proficient, and then you'd be able to revert back to your old ways. So essentially what that meant was if you wanted to be a fighter and a wizard, you'd have to say level up in wizard to, let's say, level 6 or 7. And then if you wanted a multi-class in fighter, you would restart at fighter level 1, and you would basically give up using any of your wizard abilities. You wouldn't be able to have access to them until you brought fighter to the same equal level. So in that level 7 fighter. Once you've done that, then you have access to your wizard stuff again, but you would keep leveling up fighter. Because now you're a fighter, but you would just have access to everything else. So that was the weird complexity of multi-classing, is it was a big issue because it really sets you back. It tanked your character.
Especially if you guys are, imagine you're going through a dungeon and you had just started to multi-class, and now you have to go up against all these like high level things in order to get through here, and you can't pull your weight because you're a level 1 fighter now, and that's all you have the access to.
Yeah, it was a crazy times, man. Crazy times.
Yeah.
And then they expanded the high levels of gameplay. So before in OD&D, you know, you basically were like 9 to 12 was like your max. Now they're kind of expanding it to where it's like, okay, well, you know, the more on average, you could probably make it to 20. And there's still no level caps, but high level gameplay tended to cap around 20 at this stage. So this is where we're getting the first initial stages of that level 20 cap for players. And now we get into the complex XP tables, where each of them are, you know, non-linear XP tables, whereas the other ones were exact doubles of each other. These were less linear. Level progressing was also varied by class now. So whereas before it was fighters were ahead of wizards, but not by much, now every class kind of had their own progression. So people are just going to be leveling up at different times, and that's going to just be normal. Like it is very normal to just have random people leveling up. So you might have your wizard level up, your fighter level up, and then later, the gaming session or two later, your rogue levels up.
Do you think so? The way I look at this, like in current D&D, I feel like it's a little bit harder to do what I consider hide in combat. And what I mean by that is not like the rogue is gonna hide, but like basically be in combat, be a part of combat without being in any sort of like significant danger, right? Like I feel like if there is going to be a setup like this where you could have a level 10 and a level 2 in the same party, you know, maybe the spread's not going to be that significant,
it's not that significant, but
you know, you never know.
You're talking about more like there could be someone at level 5 while you still have people at level 3. Someone could be at level 7 while people are going from 5 to 6. Like you're talking about 2-3 levels max is the spread. So it's not like, you know, a level 10 and a level 2, but as you're on the earlier levels, it's more apparent because everyone can level up slightly faster. But it's just one of those things where it won't be uncommon that in late game you have a level 8, a level 7, and a level 10 on the team.
But that's not
unusual.
As long as for the most part people are within 2 to 3 levels of each other, you should be within the ballpark. Now,
usually, like you could have a level 6 wizard hanging out with a level 10 fighter and totally normal. Like they're basically on equal plane, right? Because that's why the fighter levels up faster. But having a level 15 fighter and a level 3 wizard doesn't make any sense. Like that's like an escort mission. Like that wouldn't happen in a party. But it's just it was an asymmetrical growth where, depending on how the DM handed out XP, like you could just level up and it might be a 2 or 3 gaming sessions before the next level up, which
that might also be why wizards are always such glass cannons, because they don't level up nearly as fast. Their health is never going up like necessarily with everybody else.
They were always strong, but that was the problem, is nobody else could match up to them in strength wise, like damage output. So everyone else needed time to catch up.
Interesting.
Talk about those, and then and this is where we also added in, excuse me a second. This is also where they added in the changes to the high level gameplay. So beforehand, high level gameplay capped out around level 10 and it was just more intense. This is where they actually started adding in player high level mechanics to where you could start getting followers. You could start having land, like you could own land. You could be you could have governing bodies. Essentially you could own property. You could have a stronghold. You could have you could eventually become like a mayor or a king of a location. So they started adding these rules for that higher level gameplay to diversify, right? Because after a set level of time, why does somebody want to keep going into dungeons? Why does someone keep wanting to just attack dragons, right? So it was trying to add this idea of, well, what are you doing with all of this fame? What are you doing with all this notoriety? Like you have saved people over and over and over. What does that lead to? And for gameplay wise, some people don't want to just constantly talk to people about, the local goblins giving them a problem and traveling between towns. Like, so they started to look at the original, like before OD&D, back in like when it was the more like even towards chainmail, when it was more focused on like larger battles, like the war type sims, right? So they started to add more concepts of what can you do with someone who has such reach and notoriety. So they gave you the option of like actually controlling things, so you could send people out on missions or train people or decide how a town was gonna go up against a different town. And then a lot more work on the DM, I will tell you that. There wasn't a lot of like pre-gen stuff in the books, but it gave players more to shoot for and more things to manage instead of just going to the next dungeon and hitting something else. And I like that. That's what I miss the most about the older games is, again, it was the lore, it was the story, it was what your characters did with the things that they've done. What it led to, not just doing it over and over and just going to the next part of the story and the next fight. Like, it was definitely much more about that progression of what life is your character living and what effect is it having on the world around them.
Interesting.
And then so the asymmetrical leveling, there was actually kind of a hierarchy. Thieves were actually leveled up faster than fighters. Fighters leveled up faster than mages, and that was just mainly just due to their balancing of their power output. And this is where we also see more growth plateaus. So before we kind of saw a even spread. So yes, it got more and more XP to level up, but it was linear. It was progressive. It was always like double the amount. So now what they've done is it's more of a growth to plateau situation where the earlier levels are much easier to get. So they're, the in between getting to them. So the amount in between them is lower. But as you got to the higher levels, the amount in between levels grew. So instead of it being this linear double, it was like it might be 1,000 to the next level for the first time. Then it might be 1,500, then it might be 4,000, then it might be 5,000, then it might be 7,500, then it might be 10,000, then it might be 20,000.
Now,
so it wasn't a calculatable increase. It was just that the higher levels would just start to become harder. So it was a plateau. So you would stay at certain levels longer until you leveled up.
I'm trying to think, because when you're initially starting this out, like before, it was like you double it. So it takes you 2,000 to get from 1 to 2,
and then
right?
4,000 to get.
Now, when we're talking about 4,000, are you still at 2,000? So you literally just need to get another 2,000, or do you need to get 4,000 more from level 2?
You always kept how much you had. So in the beginning, it was you needed 2,000, then you needed 4,000.
But you needed 2,000 more.
Yeah, you need just 2,000 more, but then you needed 8,000. So now
you needed 4,000. Got it.
Then you needed 18,000. So now you needed 10,000 more.
Got it.
So yeah, so with this progression, it was so for first edition. So for instance, like fighter, it was to second level was 2,000, to third level was 4,000, then it was 8,000, but then it was 18,000. So it went from a 2,000 to a 4,000. Now all of a sudden it's 10,000. Not quite a double, but now at that level, it's going to take you a little bit longer to go from 4 to 5. So you're going to stay at 4 longer than you were at 3. Then you get to something like 7 to 8. To get to 7th level, you need 70,000. To get to 8th level, you need 120,000.
Interesting.
So that's not quite double, but that's bigger because before that it was 35,000 to 70,000. That was the last bump, and now it's 7,000 to 125.
Got it.
So the idea was that each new level would take a little bit longer than the last one, but it wasn't the same distance each one. And then so magic user was actually a little bit different. So like with magic users in first edition, it was 2,500 to get a second level, 5,000 to get to third level, and then to get to fourth level it was 10,000. So then that doubled. Then fifth level was 20,000, and then 40,000. So those were doubling up to there. But to get to from 6 to 7, it was 40 to 60. So again, still only 20,000, right? So not quite doubling, but now we're only at 20,000.
Yeah.
But then 7 to 8 was 60 to 90, so it's 30,000. So it's, again, it's that idea that they just wanted to make it you kind of stay in those higher levels longer before you leveled up.
Yeah. Give you a little bit more experience with it, and hopefully, yes, you'll stay in them longer, but also you're thinking that hopefully you're scaling the experience you're getting with the stuff that you're doing, so it might equal out, to the point, because whereas earlier on I'm only getting 100 experience per whatever, but now later on I might be getting 1,000 experience per whatever, so I'm gaining experience faster even though I have a lot longer to go.
Exactly.
So
it's not like the XP doesn't also increase as you level up, the things that you're fighting and everything. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question. What a smooth leveling transition or how would a smooth leveling transition change gameplay? I'm not sure I understand the question. If you could clarify a little bit more, but that also might be discussed as we continue, because as it changes, it may be considered more smooth now. So I'm not sure if that's what we're dealing with. Oh, we have a quick this or that from Hecate. Black hole or void?
I like that these are no context, but it bothers me because I have two very different answers. Like, if it comes to like a weapon I'm using, a way to dispose of things, black hole for sure. But if it comes to like, how would I rather go, or what would I rather be like stranded in or faced up against, like a void? Like, there might be a way out, tearing something, you're just kind of sitting in a big emptiness, you never know. I think I'm gonna go with void.
I'm gonna go black hole.
I think I'm gonna go with void.
Yeah, with no context, I'm just gonna go with black hole. Okay, so Aki's talking about more like a smooth leveling process, as in it always like takes the same amount. So the problem with a smooth leveling process would mean that leveling would become exponentially easier. So it would be the exact opposite. Instead of going from 1st to 5th in say 3 gaming sessions, and then from 5th to 10th in 10 gaming sessions, and then from 10th to 15th in 20 gaming sessions, it would be, you'd spend like maybe a gaming session or 2 at 1st level, and then you'd immediately be at 5th level, and then a gaming session later you'd immediately be at like 8th level. Because if it was smooth in the sense that it was as easy to go from level to level, and you were still using the XP gainage as this does, like with treasure and monster killing, it would just become easier, because the stronger you get, the quicker you kill things, the more XP things give out. So if it's only say 1,000 XP when you're level 1, and let's say enemies give you 100 XP each, right? It'll take you 10 enemies before you level up.
Sure.
But when you're level 2, you kill enemies twice as fast. So still 10 enemies, but you'll level up a little bit faster. But by level 5, now those enemies are being taken down, not just at a greater speed, but with no detriment to you.
I'll say there is something to be said, because again, you know, even DMs, you were talking about this before, are always leveling the enemies with the player. So True. It won't always be you're taking them down twice as fast.
But that's the other downside. Now that you're level 5, if I give you something that before I was giving you 100 XP, you know, for every character or every creature you killed, and it takes 1,000 to level up. But if you're now level 5 and I give you a 500 XP creature, it's only going to take you 2 to level up.
Yes.
By level 10, it's only going to take you 1 creature to level up. So then by level 15, halfway through the boss battle, you're going to level up.
Theoretically, yeah, because of all the minions. If he has a bunch of
minions, you know, so that would be the downside to a smooth leveling system, is it would be hard to scale, because you literally have to reverse how they would go against monsters, because the monsters would have to be less XP, or that could be the alternative. Monsters give less XP as you level up, as in, imagine a world. Use video game logic. Can you see how video games will do a thing where if it catches you like XP farming, like it knows you're in an area and it won't let that area level up? Because that's what we've talked about. D&D, everything levels up with you. No matter where you go, the D&D world is at your level always. But video games don't do that always. Video games will have like a starting level, and if you ever leave and come back, that starting level is just as weak as it ever was.
Sure.
Which means that if you leave and come back at level 100, these guys are giving you like 1 XP for killing them, right? It's literally so beneath you, you can't get XP from them. You couldn't farm enough of them. Imagine if you had an alternative to XP that it did that, where, similar to what Aki was saying, you could have a smooth XP where, you know, it always takes you 5,000 to level up, and every creature you give always gives you the same amount. Not necessarily the same amount, but each creature would start giving you less. So yes, always 5,000 to level up. But when you start out, every creature gives you 1,000 points. But every time you level up, they give you like 100 less.
So what you're saying is, like, when you kill creatures of your level, you get a certain amount of XP. But if you kill things significantly level lower than you, then you get significantly lower XP.
Or just the whole world just acts that way. So imagine a world that doesn't get stronger with the player. The world stays 1 difficulty, and the player is the thing that gets stronger. So at level 1, it'll take you a bunch of enemies and a bunch of difficulty to get enough XP to level up. But at some point, like level 10, enemies are so easy, you're not able to get enough XP off of them. Like, it literally takes you going out of your way to find encounters to level up. So what if you did XP that way? Instead of making XP just harder to get, but everything gives you more, imagine that as you gamed, everything gave you less. So it was easier to level up, but literally the stronger you get, the less XP you get, because you're literally not getting anything from these fights.
Interesting.
So hopefully that answers your question, Aki. That is what it would look like if it were rules as written, but just smooth. It would be way too fast. You'd level up. You'd level up faster every time you leveled up. But if you altered the progression and made XP harder to get, the higher level you were. So the less XP you got because everything wasn't as strong. That would be the way to do a smooth leveling. But essentially it's the same story, right?
Right.
It's either saying that you get different levels of XP with the same amount that you need, but you just get different, or you get the same, but you need different amounts. Like no matter how you slice it, it kind of goes in the same direction. So
got you.
But I don't mind that concept though. I wouldn't mind a system where you get shit tons of XP in the very beginning for things, but as you get stronger, almost like you have to go out of your way to find the harder things. You know what I mean? Like populate your D&D world with everything level 5. Like just baseline everything's level 5. But in rare spots, there are things like level 8s, level 10s. Very rare. Not like adventure rare where only adventurers are going to run into them. Literally out of nowhere. So you have this gaming world where these adventurers are going around, and it seems like for the first couple levels, like they're just rocking through it. They're like, man, we're already at level 6. This is great. And then all of a sudden they're realizing that's like, well, we just beat 10 of those. Why did we only get 100 XP? It's like, they were all like they all had like 10 HP, dude. You killed them all with one hit. Well, where's the stronger things? Like, what do you mean? There are no stronger things. You're the strongest person now. And that's the idea, is now that they have to go and like do this like mythic quest to find things to make them be able to be more powerful, to be able to level up. Like that would be a really interesting like D&D world to try to work through.
Yeah. I like this idea.
That's fascinating. Thank you for that question. All right. So with first edition, how did we get? I think we're at the how did we get XP in first edition?
Yes.
So in OD&D, it was primarily treasure based. So it was a 1-to-1, 1 XP for every gold, and that was the primary. You can get it for killing, you can get it for other deeds, but those were usually very small amounts. It was all about the gold.
Right.
Now, what we have is a little bit extra. So we do have treasure and combat as a little bit of a divided focus now. So treasure was still the main source of XP, but they bumped all of the defeated monster XP. So when you actually defeated a monster, instead of getting like, pennies, you were actually getting some substantial XP back now.
Very nice.
It wasn't just about riches and gold and treasure. It was literally about the complexity of the fight.
You said this was second edition?
This is first edition.
First edition.
So yeah, so monsters gave far more rewards. And then this was actually the first time that they actually calculated the XP you got from the fights based off of the monster's stats. So it was actually based off the monster's hit die.
Okay.
So it's essentially the measure of their strength. So the higher the hit die, the more XP you could get. You also got class-specific bonuses. So some classes actually had it built in that you could earn extra XP for certain actions that were suited to their role. So this was kind of where nowadays you hear a lot of like, you hear this more in terms of giving players inspiration for, acting out their role and being like, hey, that was really good. Here's an inspiration point you can use later. They started that with XP. It was originally just how you would dish out. It's like, hey, you did really good. Like that was exactly how your character should have handled that.
Have some extra XP.
Here's some extra XP because like you learned from that situation, right? That's how I always do it. And that's exactly how I give out XP.
It
right?
is.
It's you have the party, you have the individual, and then you get bonus stuff. So for instance, like thieves, you can get extra XP if a thief actively used one of their thieving skills, like pickpocketing somebody to get a valuable item. Or lock picking like the door that leads them to the next area, like making real mission accomplishments, or if your character was solely responsible for progressing the plot.
Yeah,
not like in a plot way where the only way for you to have done this was that character's skill, like not part of the story, but if truthfully their actions and their thoughts progress the team, you would usually reward it with XP now.
Got you.
So that was kind of a nice.
I can see that.
I really do appreciate that they really started focusing on the players' actions and the choices that the players were making instead of just the end result.
Yeah.
Other options were like for fighters, if you did like specific combat actions. This one was definitely more of the role play side. But if you usually got like the final blow, you get like a little bit of an extra, not just the death, but a little bit of extra if you critted, or if you saved someone, if you took it, there's a lot of different ways the fighter could, take on that role. But it was really all about the focus was because this was back when archetypes were really a big deal because you didn't have subclasses. So it was really making sure you played the role you chose, not just played the character. So this was that way to reward players for making sure that they stuck to the role that they had decided, not just for the benefits of what that class came with, but they're actually doing the job that was required. And then we still had some story XP, but this was still limited. So, achievements in story, in story plots, or, some DMs would give like, optional side details or missions, like bits of information, certain clues or items that you could find to help you. And if you found those could come with extra XP because you did the extra work to find them.
Right.
Because they weren't guaranteed for you. It was just I'll have these here if you like them, but they're not required for you to finish. You could do it without them. So those were always kind of fun as well. And this was also to encourage specifically this last part for the story plot and these extra devices like the optionals. This was mainly to help replace the to get away from, or not really away from, to better encourage a non-treasure based XP system. So even though it was limited, they were still trying to give additional options instead of having DMs be forced to just give out shit tons of gold. If you wanted to give a couple extra XP, but you didn't want to give them a magical item or 10,000 gold, give them a side quest, give them an optional thing. It was ways for people to feel more accomplished throughout the gameplay, which I really appreciated. But then we roll on to second edition, my favorite, of course. And this is definitely where it gets, I think, divisive a little bit. So second edition took everything that had been done so far, but they did try to streamline it. At least that was their intention. Whether they did or not, that's up to interpretation. But their intent was to streamline it and give XP requirement, streamline the XP requirements. But they also wanted to make sure that they retained like the class level specifics. So like the class leveling tables, they really did want to make sure that they kept on that.
Right.
So they adopted that, but they wanted to streamline the overall process a little bit more. They wanted the asymmetrical progression, but they did feel like it was a little bit clunky. Everything was a little bit too varied.
Got you.
So funny thing too is I didn't mention this in the last one because I forgot to write the note, but non-human characters still up until second edition, as the core rulebook said, still face level caps. Now there were in the DMG, there was a written optional variant rule to
do away with that.
And I will tell you about 90% of DMs did.
Interesting.
Just because it made the game much more approachable.
Did people feel like humans still didn't have enough to choose human? Like there was not enough reason to choose being a human than there was to, so there was just barely any humans running
for a lot of times. Yeah, I know a lot of DMs would do their own bonuses to humans as well. But humans got their own internal stuff. Like usually they came with more hit points out the gate. They were usually able to get the most hit points.
Interesting.
I think they had one of the shortest lifespans. But yeah, they usually got to have more hit points. And they usually had different race specific things that they were allowed to do with like certain classes. Like they had less class restrictions than other races.
Okay.
So like certain things that would be shut off, humans were able to do. So they tried to, again, make it to where, because everyone wants to play the fantasy race, right? Like who would want to play a human that dies easy? So they had to do something to make the human somewhat enticing. But yeah, non-level human caps are the core rulebook's solution to that. But most DMs were like, that doesn't really make for good cohesive gameplay when you have, a variety of players that want to really like branch out and do some new stuff.
Yeah.
But this is also where we finally got officially introduced to milestone level. The second edition is the one that actually gave us the idea that you do not have to keep the rules as written asymmetrical leveling system. And if you really wanted to, you could baseline it and just give everybody a level up when it was necessary or when it was needed for the campaign, or after a certain milestone, after a certain benchmark. But otherwise, it was an alternative because they realized that the asymmetrical doesn't work for everybody.
It's interesting that they did that while still holding on to leveling wizards and fighters differently. And not just wizards and fighters, but like all of them having their own unique leveling system. But because theoretically, if you were to do the milestone leveling system, then everyone would level up at the same time.
And this is where the streamlining came in, is they wanted to try to balance this out a little bit more. They realized that there was still some imbalance, but they really wanted to try to make it to where the party felt more cohesive throughout the whole thing, right? Like they were going together.
Right.
So they try to shorten those levels to where you're still going to be a level or two off every now and again, but it wasn't supposed to be like,
it wasn't so detrimental.
Trying to put fighters, 3-4 levels ahead of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they officially introduced milestone. This was also for a variety of reasons. One, they wanted, more options for gameplay, but they were really trying to shift the focus from pure combat in terms of leveling up. Like you really, in the earlier editions, like OD&D and first edition, you needed combat to level up, period. You needed treasure, you needed kills, you needed to do stuff. Second edition really tried to shift the focus more into, or less away from fighting and more into storytelling, more into playing the characters out, right? So they gave a lot more opportunities to where the leveling system wasn't only going to happen after a battle. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You would be able to do things outside of combat that would progress you to
that would get you where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was another big deal, and for me a big advancement in second edition was that. To me is what really broadened the idea of what this game is, because again, it's not just about combat. It's literally about going through and solving what you know the problems that are ahead of you and being rewarded for being able to find those solutions.
Yeah.
And I always like that push from the second edition. So that's probably why it's one of my favorites. And this is also for you guys who followed us, or if you haven't, go look at our history of multi-classing. We did that as well, but this is also where they introduced dual classing. Which is funny because it's, again, dual classing was, it's like they had dual classing technically in first edition, which was just multi-classing, but you had to give it up. This was basically the same thing. It was give it up until you matched and then you got them both back. Mm-hmm. But yeah, why they called it dual, but I guess they also had multi-classing in second edition. So that was kind of the thing, is multi-classing was something different. So dual classing was a whole,
it's its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the whole point was dual classing. I think if I remember correctly, but again, we did this on a completely different episode, but I think it was the whole idea was it was kind of like the same situation of like half caster versus full caster. If you dual classed, it was more like being a full caster. But if you multi-classed, it would be like half caster because you were limited on.
Right. You had to like, you're splitting your resources.
Yeah. Whereas dual classing, you just focused on it until it was done.
Got you.
So the streamlined leveling system, basically all they did was they simplified a lot of the XP tables. So each one was still unique to the class, but the calculations and the rates that you did it, the plateaus weren't nearly as big. So you still had higher levels were still harder to achieve, but it wasn't nearly as much of a mid-game slog to spend so long on every, because you saw how like we immediately went into these long jumps of you get to sixth level and suddenly you're like
you're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah. So they try to get rid of that and be like, hey, we still want you to level up in a good rate, but it still needs to feel challenging.
Yeah. You don't feel like you're getting like every 5 seconds.
And of course, the milestone was a big deal. Instead of trying to calculate and give out XP for what you did, who you killed, and all of this other stuff, it really was a simpler way for DMs to just be like, you know what, now's a good time. Let's get everybody up to the next level. Let's give you guys some new stuff because I want to throw something at you that's harder. And that, I think, is really a fundamental change. I think because, we talk about milestone. I know milestone's kind of just, a part of D&D now. But the fact that it wasn't until second edition that it was even considered. The fact that they opened this up as an alternative idea to, hey, maybe you want to run a campaign where you have it planned when you're going to throw something stronger at them, right? So maybe you want them to work with what challenges that you've built for them a little bit easier, instead of having to figure out, well, what level is everybody at? What challenge is going to be hard for this guy at level 2, but not this guy at level 4? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where now it doesn't matter because you guys are all at the same stage.
Because it is a wild dynamic to try and like balance. It's like, yo, I want to give you guys, maybe an owl bear to fight, but that second level dude, he's going to get squashed in 2 seconds. You guys, it'll be challenging for you guys.
But he has no chance.
And so that's what I kind of meant earlier when I was talking about like hiding. It's like it's hard for like certain characters to like hide in battle for you to be like lightweight carry. Because there's certain games like I'm pretty confident like in WoW, like you can be like a stupid low level and run around with some high level dudes and you can survive. Right. And you can be able to go through that kind of. And
a lot of that is just, it comes down to battle dynamics, really. It comes down to how you think battles would be fought. Because realistically speaking, D&D is such a. It's so funny. We talk about not metagaming, but D&D is such a meta game. In the sense that like DMs have a hard time, I think, knowing how to strategically run encounters. Because if you really think about it, the reason it typically works in like WoW and stuff is because the concept of aggro, right? Whatever you're attacking, the thing that you're attacking is probably going to be focused on the thing that's doing damage to it, you know? So if a fighter and a rogue and a barbarian all run up to, you know, a creature, but you got the weak ass ranger way off to the side taking pop shots and barely hitting it, but, you know, every now and again hitting it.
It's not gonna
give two shits about the ranger, but a DM might. You know what I mean? Like a DM might look at that and go, you know what? You guys aren't that big of a threat right now because he has resistance to your weapons, but he doesn't have resistance to piercing. Like that's a metagame thing. Even though that's what the creature knows, in reality, you're not gonna walk, like, no matter
unless
how
they're a
bad you
thinking
are,
creature,
you're not going to walk away from the things that are in front of you. You are just going to pummel the things in front of you first, right? So there is battle dynamics, because that's kind of basically what happens in WoW. There's an aggro mechanic. As long as you have the creature aggroed on you, anybody can do whatever they want to it, and it won't matter. And maybe that's a mechanic that we need in D&D. Can you imagine there being a encounter aggro mechanic where certain, like it's a condition? Can you imagine oh my god, why don't we have this? An aggro condition that you can inflict on the enemy. Either, like, if so much damage is inflicted to an enemy by one target, that it becomes aggroed against that target. If it takes just too much damage, if more than 3 enemies are within 5 feet of it, it's aggroed on its immediate area. Imagine this is not only something that the creature could have, like, in its stat book, like it aggroes and the DM can use it, but imagine it's something that you can inflict on it.
I would love it to be like
a feat. Imagine like a
feat
fighter feat
or
that can
a spell condition or something like that. Like,
there's kind of already ones that they get disadvantage if they don't attack. Like there's that one for paladin, right? Where you get disadvantage if you don't attack me. But more of that kind of concept. More of a, it's not so much you'll get disadvantage, it's more of a, no, for the next round, I'm your only target. Like you can actually basically force it.
I almost like in Magic the Gathering how you have what's that feature that you can like taunt somebody, or you can basically say like you are forced to attack. Now in Magic the Gathering it's a little bit different. It's like you're forced to attack, but you have to attack somebody that isn't me. Type deal.
Interesting.
I forget what it's called. I feel like it's taunt or aggro or something like that. But
sense.
Like it would be the opposite. It's like, hey, I'm almost like interrupting your cognitive ability to think about what you want to do, and the only thing you're doing is you're so pissed off you're gonna swing at me.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
no,
so it's like
that makes sense.
You know, like, and I think that would be crazy cool if you could do that to like a spellcaster, because then you're almost screwing, at the very least for that next turn, they don't get to cast a spell, they don't get to do anything, they're just gonna swing at you because they're aggro, they're pissed off. Like they're not, unless you rule that they can use their spells as
add it to the ADMG aggro condition.
Okay. Hell yeah.
I will shop that, and I will put that into the ADMG for the aggro condition, because I really like that. I'm gonna workshop that a lot. Cool. And we'll take a quick break so I can go get water, because you have a Cineverse question to answer.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Let's see, let me put this in the ADMG real quick and I will get to that. We were talking about aggro mechanic, that's right. Alrighty. All right, let's take a gander. Cineverse question: what is the strongest creature you have in your world that isn't a deity but can destroy a kingdom? See, this is very interesting because, well, so this is very hard. This is very hard because, very similar to, I'll say, in High Point, there are a lot of things that exist but haven't necessarily been created yet, right? And so it's like there's an idea of what's here, but it's not necessarily something that has form yet. I was gonna say there is this cosmic creature, and it's bound by the rules of what it is. It's this creature of neutrality, right? And it usually only comes into play when something gets so significantly out of balance that it needs to be corrected, right? So like the normal ebb and flow of balance in the universe can exist, right? Like there's going to be ups and downs, But if like you notice, like what do you call it? Have you ever seen those guys on the tightrope? Where they're like walking and they have like a really long stick that's trying to be used to like help them balance. Like it's gonna go up and down every so often on either side. It's gonna have some ebbs and flows, and from a very like zoomed out perspective. But you can tell when that thing's starting to tip. You can tell when it's starting to go over, and that's the kind of concept that this creature has when it's going to intervene. But the concept behind it, and I haven't fully nailed down exactly mechanically how it works, but the concept behind it is there's almost nothing it can't do to restore balance, right? Because again, balance must be maintained there. If you're going to create such evil that it could potentially tank absolutely everything, it could potentially consume all things good in the world, it has to, at the very least, put the possibility for a counterbalance, like the idea of Luke Skywalker being born of the Force, right? So that or not Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker being like born of the Force to be the thing that brings balance to the Force. Like you see all these like dark side people like trying to do all these things, and then there's this seed that's planted that has the potential, even though he turned to the dark side and brought it back in the end, like the idea that that's there's this creature, this entity that is supposed to be that for the universe, whether he's planting seeds or literally intervening in a moment to counteract a moment of massiveness that occurs. Like whatever the case may be, like that's what this entity is meant to represent and be. And I wouldn't consider them a god, because I feel like gods are more of creatures with their own thoughts and minds and own purpose. This is almost more like what you would call a mantle that somebody needs to hold, that a creature, like you are driven by your carnal instinct to X, Y, and Z, to maintain balance, to whatever. That's as close as I can get to a decent answer for that. I apologize.
He likes it.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, so where did we leave off? Second edition, simplified milestones were given. So yeah, the milestones were definitely helped to give DMs more control over how the progression was going to go. Okay, so getting XP in second edition was also greatly expanded upon. So while they basically kept the asymmetry, they tried to make it more streamlined. They made it easier. So yes, thieves would be better than, would technically level up still faster than fighters, and fighters still faster than mages. It wasn't nearly as much of a spread, right? You weren't going to have
as aggressive.
Yeah, you weren't going to have a level 7 thief, a level 5 fighter, and a level 3 wizard, right?
Right.
You were going to have more like a level 6, 5, and 4.
Got
so
you.
You could have a couple levels, but it's not going to be
detrimental.
That detrimental. But giving them out was now taken so much. It was basically completely offloaded from the treasure. So treasure is an XP source now. You can still get XP from treasure, but the entire focus was shifted more to or from the combat and more to based on the difficulty of the enemy, and not so much on the fact that you just took them out, right? Because before it was just about slaying it. Now it was more about the encounter as a whole. How difficult was the encounter, and once it's successful, then you would get XP based off of that. This would also be based more off of class actions as well. So they took that idea from first edition and just really expanded upon it. So really giving more ideas to DMs about how to let characters, or how to boost characters and encourage them with XP, right?
Yeah.
Really making sure that they live their characters, act their characters out, and do actions that follow through with what they're supposed to be doing with their, story arc and their archetypes. They gave more XPs for role playing and story accomplishments. So it was really based on the idea that if you didn't want to do the milestone leveling, it was really a very much more open approach to what it meant to level up. You didn't just have to go fight and kill things. You didn't just have to find treasure. At this point, you can have a really good conversation. The rogue could go into a bar and use his, thieves' cant and use his insight to look around the bar and find people talking about a job, and that gets you guys the information you need, right? Like, those are the opportunities that I felt when I was a player starting out in D&D. Those were the things that I got most excited about, because combat's great and all of that, but being rewarded for being clever,
yes,
like being able to like think through a conversation,
like
especially when the DM has a puzzle or even like a riddle or something that you're working with, to be able to like not just solve it, but to do it in a way that they're like, damn, that's good. Yeah, get some extra XP for that. That was, I feel like that was one of the best things that second edition really did with XP, is it put it in the hands of the character's development, not just in their actions.
Yeah, I love that.
And then, of course, they also added things like quest-based XP. So this was an option in the DMG that basically said, if you're going to send them out on a campaign or an actual quest, like make the entire quest have a block. Don't throw enemies in it just to let them level up. If they have to go retrieve an item and they don't kill anybody, they can still get XP for retrieving that item.
Yeah, no, I like that.
If you needed to retrieve an item, it was always in a horde. It was always in a locked chest behind an enemy.
You had to go kill something.
Yeah. And nowadays it's more of it's those actions. So that's why I think just second edition holds that special place, because it's that nice blend of, and
I will
storytelling with what you're actually doing in the game.
I feel like that's where a lot of the trope, like, I feel like you don't hear about it as much anymore, but there was for a while the huge murder hobo trope. But that was what a lot of people were doing, is they were just trying to get XP. Like, anything that exists, kill it, get me some XP. Anything that's out there, kill it, because they just wanted to level up, they wanted to grow, and so it was like, hey, let me find ways that aren't just killing things to give you XP, to make you feel like you're actually doing stuff. So I'm encouraging you to do things. I mean, granted, theoretically that's the easiest way to do it. It's just like find something, stick a sword in it, but like, there's definitely more to it than that.
All right, so I have a high point question from Hecate. What is the most mundane creature that I have that has the ability or character to reach godhood? So I'm assuming that just basically means what's like the least entity that could reach
godhood. Like, could a rabbit get enough, it's a complicated
sentience. It's a complicated answer, because it depends, but the easy answer is probably mortals. Like, the easy answer would be the most mundane thing in all of High Point's existence that can become a god as a mortal. I mean, from one perspective, mortals are some of the most mundane things. They have all of the base stats needed. They have intelligence, they have a life force, and they have the ability to level up. That's pretty much the three primary things that are needed in High Point to become a god. Like, there's other things, but if you really want to break down mechanically, intelligence, essence, and the ability to receive XP. If you have those three things, you can become a god in High Point.
Is there something specific in High Point that gives you the ability to receive XP? Because like, if I were to cast animate object or like polymorph on an object and turn it into a creature, like, could that then?
So gaining XP has certain limitations. Typically you need an essence in order to be able to receive XP, with some caveats. There can be XP vessels that can hold XP, but you cannot put XP in a vessel and that vessel use that XP. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but can the vessel itself earn it, or does the creature have to earn it and put it in the vessel?
Well, and that's where the difference is, right? You can create a vessel that holds XP for various reasons. That's what gods basically do. Gods can create vessels that hold amounts of their XP, or just XP that they have, and they can just convert that later. But I digress. XP can be stored in something, but that's not the same as something being able to accept XP. Typically something needs an essence, right? Like, you can't just pick up a mundane dagger and just start pumping XP into it. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything.
Right.
It needs some sort of spark of essence, which is typically why it needs to be magical to some nature, in order to do that. Now, of course, there's exceptions to everything. Things can get essences, right? Essence doesn't necessarily mean a spirit. Essence doesn't mean entity. Doesn't mean that there's an intelligence or a will behind it, right? An essence is essentially the spark, what you would call like the first spark of a spirit or the potential of a soul.
Okay.
It's the starting foundation of what it could become itself, right? So like all magical items have essence. Like their very nature gives them essence, which is why you can put XP into magical items.
Okay.
Put enough XP into essence, and that essence gains intelligence. And now all of a sudden, you have all three measures to become a god. Because if you have someone with essence and you put enough XP into it, it can gain intelligence. Technically, once you have all three of those, you can seek godhood. Now, there are other caveats of what, like,
Sure.
an intelligent sword has a much harder time becoming a god than a human, like an actual mortal.
Yeah.
But they both have the minimum components. So is it possible to say a rabbit or a dog or an other mindless animal could become a god? Theoretically, yes, they all have essence. So therefore, if given enough intelligence,
They have the potential.
they would have that potential. But if if a god creates a vessel that holds XP for, a secondary use that he's going to, use up, kind of like an artificer, storing up magical energy for a device, that vessel will never do anything. It'll just sit there and basically be a tank of water. Like it'll just fill up and it won't do anything with it.
Is that no matter how much XP he puts into it?
Yes, because there's no essence. There's nothing to convert that XP, right? Imagine essence, like a vessel is like a container of water. Having essence is almost like the container is part of an engine. Has potential to use it, but doesn't necessarily have to be using it. But there has to be, the essence is what can use the XP, right? The essence is what basically makes it available for the XP to be utilized.
Is there something different that a god would do to it than a mortal would do to an item? Because like you're saying, when a mortal were like any magical item has some sort of essence and has the potential to gain a consciousness, but a god could create an item that can hold XP that doesn't have an essence.
Correct. So can a human. I mean, technically there are, ways to do it. But yeah, like a vessel can just literally be that. A vessel is just a cup. It's a cup for XP.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is essence is someone that can drink it, that can actually drink the water. Doesn't have to be, you can put a bug in water and it will drink the water. That's essence, right?
So
it's utilizing it in some fashion.
So putting XP into a cup is different than pouring XP into an item.
Yes.
Interesting.
The item is not the cup. The item is consuming the XP. The XP can't be retrieved. If I put XP into my magical dagger, that XP is gone. That magical dagger consumed it, just like you consume it when you level up. But if I put it into a container, that XP is a source of something. It's a source of, whether you want to call it magic or a source of energy, a source of power.
But you can theoretically lose XP.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not gone, it's just used. It just becomes like a part of the thing.
If you give it to your dagger, you do not have the authority or power to take it back. It's in the dagger. A god can, rip it out of it, but you don't have control over it once it's gone.
Is that about the extent? Is there no mortal way to drain XP from an item?
It's not allowed.
So
mortals aren't allowed.
Good to know.
But vampires can do that actually. They can actually drain you. So
drain like creatures. I thought you meant like if
they could drain levels out of you.
Can they drain levels out of things, or is it just creatures?
No, just out of creatures.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't like living creatures. They wouldn't be able to I mean, there are things that can siphon out of like magical items, but those are unique situations of someone that can do that. But on a traditional sense, yeah. So again, it depends. Technically, by the bare minimum standard, mortals are the average mundane thing that can make godhood. Because anything else that's higher than that has a leg up, right? Whether it's a mantle, whether it's a god created another entity.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of different things that are a step above mortals.
Yeah.
But anything be lesser than a mortal technically could be given, like, not everything. You can't just pick up a stick and do enough to it to make it available. But a rat has the very minimal essences of what it would take. Now, could a rat do it? Theoretically, yes. Now,
would they need outside help in order to do that?
Absolutely, because like physically speaking,
I feel
like the reason why I have limitations on how much you can level up in a single go is the same reason why it would be almost impossible to get a rat to that stage. That rat would have to be able to endure absorbing the XP, endure the changes. I mean, think about it. You have a rat that has the size of its brain and it works a certain way. And now you want to give that brain intelligence. You want to give a rat brain our level of intelligence. I'm not saying that like the brain will explode, but imagine the idea that you're trying to, now imagine like trying to shove a current day's computer program onto like Windows 98.
Right.
That's what you're doing. You're basically telling something that's not compatible, here's an upgrade that doesn't make sense to you. You know what I mean? Here, I mean, it's basically trying to give a CD to a flash drive or to, to a floppy drive. It just doesn't understand. So the idea of, could you convert it? Could you take meticulous amount of time to perfectly work it? Yes, it would eventually upgrade. But to do that upgrade, you'd almost need to replace damn near every part of a Windows 95 machine. Like to the point to where it's almost not the original, right?
Like, why are you even doing it now?
So is it theoretically possible? Yes, but it's just not the route you would go, because in order to achieve it, it would take astronomical like events that are beyond your control. So I could say anything can become a god in High Point, but let's face it, mortals are the lowest mundane thing that have the chance by themselves, because anything else needs outside, like any magical item could become it, but that needs outside help. Unless a magical item started with intelligence, it won't ever seek godhood.
And I wouldn't necessarily classify a magical item as mundane either.
Exactly. Yeah. So hopefully,
and theoretically, like mortals are mundane until they're not.
Exactly. And mortals are very well. I also say mundane because they're also, in the context of High Point, they are also the most prevalent. And I say mortals as in any intelligent creature, not just humans or humanoids. They are the most abundant living thing, outside of like bacteria and crap. But I don't use those kind of numbers in my realm, right? Like they're the most abundant living thing. They are the most mundane thing, especially from anything with power. Mortals are just the byproduct of things. The fact that we have things means mortals will exist. You know what I mean? Like for them, it's just like, because we exist, we're going to have dust, because dust is the accumulation of what we, what comes off of us, right?
Yeah.
It's that kind of concept. To them, it's like, yeah, mortals are there because, well, we have planets and all the other stuff that I do. Like mortals are just a byproduct. So that's kind of why I say that's justifiably why I consider them the most mundane thing, because anything else can't choose it for itself.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily qualify that as something becoming a god, more something was
turned into
a god.
Yeah. I totally get that.
So I hope you like that one, Hecate. Hola, what's going on? We're talking about leveling up. Yes, we are. Well, we were, and then I was talking about a High Point question. So now we're getting back to the leveling up.
Bringing it back.
The magical barbarian club became a god. I mean, yeah, if that would be a great opportunity for the barbarian to be like, do you want to meet my god?
see that makes me curious, because I think back to I talked about this on an earlier stream. One of my players that created the toast religion, right?
The toast religion.
And we were talking about like what can become like literally anything, right? So, if somebody begins to start worshiping something, right? Anything, their club, right? And they get enough momentum behind it, like theoretically, like it's a mundane club, but does something happen at a certain point when a certain amount of like energy or effort towards it? Like, would something happen to the club, or would there be some club mantle created out somewhere?
It depends. It depends on what's happening. But yes, I mean, you're basically describing the exact process that gods come about. Like the only reason why you stay a god is people have to believe in you, and they have to, want to tithe to you and give you stuff, and therefore all of that converts into power and energy, and that's how you stay alive. So that's technically part of the process of becoming a god. Is it's not just about power, it's also about a siphon. Like gods aren't just a giant lump of power. They're not just what it takes to be a god versus this is actually more of a unique conversation we'll have on another day, but like the difference between an immortal and a god, right? When we've talked about this, right? You have immortal, you have the lesser gods, but the real difference between everywhere between an immortal and even like the lesser gods, because we say lesser gods, but they're not actually gods. Right?
Yeah.
But there's a whole pantheon of these non-mortals that are extremely powerful, but they're not gods, right? And I like having that transition phase because it's not just going mortal to god, right? There's going from mortal to immortal, immortal to a powerful immortal entity, and then there's becoming a god. And the biggest difference between all of those is everything below a god is a pool of power. They are a vessel that has a shit ton of power, right? Mortals have none, but they're a potential vessel. Immortals and higher are vessels with a shit ton of power, but that's all they are. They are containers. They hold that power, and as they use it, it goes away.
No, it's not to say that you have to take that intermediary step. You could theoretically go from mortal straight to god.
It's harder, but yes.
Sure.
But the intermediary step is there for a couple reasons. One, to train and learn how the powers are used and learn your place in the world and find, what your sphere of influence is going to be. But it's also there because you need a following, you need a siphon, you need a flow of energy to technically be a god. You can't just be a god because you're that powerful. If you have no flow, if you have not one follower, you technically can't be a god. You have to have some sort of energy flow, which is what actually triggers that, because that energy flow is important because that's what kind of basically connects you through all of the different layers. And it's what literally allows you to continue to pump up yourself, right? Because imagine a pool that never has water go in. It will eventually evaporate out.
It almost feels like, those like water fountains that like continually like cycle and they're constantly like having stuff like moving. Like there is something that moves it. Like even like your heart, your body,
yes.
Like your heart pumps the blood through your body, and it's the same blood theoretically, but it's constantly like cycling. It's constantly circling. So I think a lot of it is like the heart of a god is its people that were, and so like they are what pumps the flow of power, energy, soul, whatever through their
and that's exactly it. Is they have a lot. They can survive without followers, but not forever. They cannot sustain indefinitely. Now immortals can, but immortals don't use their power like gods do, right? Like
they're not consuming their power.
Exactly, because there's a big difference where immortals and lesser gods can use their power, and if they use it in the wrong ways, they can use it up. Like they can actually lose their power by using it. Gods can do this. Gods can do things so powerful that it actually drains them and they have to wait for it to recoup. But that's the difference. If an immortal or a lesser god drains their max cap, there is no recouping that max cap. There's like they have some reserves that will replenish, and then they have reserves that never replenish.
So
gods
it's interesting.
Always have a replenishment because they have that flow.
What differentiates replenishing power between non-replenishing power? Because you got to think that they didn't have that power at some point when they were mortal, or when they had to get it somehow. So if it goes away to the point where you could never get it again.
So it's kind of like HP. Think of it like HP. You have max HP, and then you can lose HP, but you'll get it back. So that's kind of what gods are. You have a pool of power. You can use up to a certain amount of replenishable amount, right? These are things like defending yourself, turning into an avatar, casting magic against other gods, creating a palace for yourself, traveling around the mortal world. These are very uncostly but costly things. They cost you a small amount, but you'll recoup that. It's your natural state of being. That's just you are a powerful entity. You get to use magic. But there are some things that you can't do without burning real power. Like, let's say you wanted to create, like, let's say you were a lesser god, you're walking around the mortal plane, you're popping in and out, blah, blah, blah. You can go to the other worlds and then you can come to the mortal plane, right? It's costing you, pennies, and you'll get that back, no problem. You'll sleep that off. But let's say you're coming here and some people are like, you're kind of cool. Like, I would believe in you if like, if like suddenly I woke up and there was like a palace and like a temple of you, I definitely believe in you. You could technically and theoretically do that. But if you do that, you're going to basically burn real power to create a permanent like structure in the real world. Like, mundane little items are one thing. But if you were to, let's say, establish yourself, create a temple that will stand in your name, basically consecrate the ground and be a place for new followers, that's real power. That's power you don't get to recoup. So you put that power out there in hopes that it would get you followers.
In hopes that it'll eventually come back to you in some way, shape, or form.
But if you do that too much, if you summon a great army and make a great temple, consecrate a bunch of land, go to another god's area and start using your power to undo their shit, that makes you weaker. And if you're not getting any followers for it, or if you're not getting any favors for it from other gods, like if you're not doing it for some reason, you're just becoming weaker and pissing everybody else off. So that's why that hierarchy of gods is also very tightly basically run internally. Like they I forget what the word I'm looking for is, but they self-police.
Yeah.
Because of that mindset of, if
we need to maintain our order or else it's just going to go awry.
Plus, if you're dumb and you lose your power, someone's going to be willing to snipe you. Like, if you do some dumb stuff and you blow up all your, you blow through some of your power, there will be someone ready to siphon whatever power is left that you have and take your spot. Because that's the whole thing, right? Is without followers, the only way to get power is to take it from other people. So if you want to become a greater lesser god, the only real way is to take another lesser god's power.
Could a god become weak enough that an immortal could take the leftovers of their power?
Take is harder because you'd have to understand how that process works. And like I said, mortals aren't allowed to understand
immortal.
that.
An immortal. Oh. A non-god, but an immortal.
Like an immortal taking a lesser god's power?
Yes.
There are ways. They don't have it intrinsically. That's the kind of power siphon that immortals don't have. But they could. Theoretically, they could learn how to do it.
Interesting. That could theoretically be a way that they get a portion of their lost power back.
Yeah, they would be able to utilize that. But an immortal, that could also ascend them. If an immortal did that to a lesser god, it could give them enough to become a lesser god.
Weird question. What if they didn't want to? Would it be like, because you did this, like you're literally taking their place, like kind of regardless?
That's where the entire intermediary thing, like a lesser god is just a more powerful immortal entity. So it's more like, if you didn't want to be that powerful, you could just blow off the energy. You could just waste it and demote yourself to an immortal again, or you just low-key it. There are plenty of immortals who
are theoretically gods, but are just immortals.
Yeah, there are plenty of immortals who just low-key it, but when it's that whole someone tests them, it's that whole, let me take off my weighted bands real quick. And then it's oh, never mind. I don't want to know. Because again, you don't have to be a god, but there is a level cap. There is a power cap.
What's his name? Bushy Brows? From Naruto.
Oh, I don't know Naruto that well. But the idea is like there is a level cap. A lesser god. There are in that intermediary step, you can only get so powerful before the lack of flow will stop you. So there is no lesser god or immortal that could challenge a god power to power. Now you could be clever and have favors and stuff, but
sure.
Like power to power, there's no way that you could amass that much power, because the only way that they can hold that kind of power is through the flow. Because it's kind of like a pool. You fill a pool up, it'll overflow. But if you have a pump system running through, some of that gets siphoned through the pipes. Mm-hmm. Some of it's in the giant pump. Some of it's over in that water heater. Some of it's in the filtration system. The more powerful of a god you are, the more complicated your pool system is. So the water you see is not necessarily the water that's at hand. And then, of course, you can have a reservoir. The most powerful gods, they have a backup pool and a backup reservoir that if these pools empty, they'll just fill them right back. Like, there's those layers. That's why you have vessels. That's why some gods have vessels. Some gods hold all their power with them. Some have it like in little areas. Some have it siphoning for different projects. Like, it's one of those things where the higher the level of the god, the more complex you have to manage your flow, because it's kind of like money or assets, right? You want to make sure that it's not all in one spot, and you want to make sure that it's working for you.
Interesting.
So hopefully that was a nice little, that was way more of a high point histories than I think Hecate was expecting.
It's because I ask way too many questions.
I like it. I love talking about high point. I don't talk about high point enough sometimes. I do want to do like a whole, like, just like a high point histories like series, but it would require questions. Like, because I've already done the history of high point, 5 fucking episodes.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know what else I would talk about outside of just things that have happened in the history, but like, I need questions like this to really like know what to
run them
about, because otherwise I'm just talking about shit that that's happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like events. But I think the history of High Point was really like the accumulation of everything I really needed to say. Very happy that I did that. I'm not as happy that I did that so early in the streaming career.
Really?
Because of the quality and everything. I really wish,
yeah, I guess
I
that's
wish I would have
fair.
done it now with all of the quality, but hey, what are you gonna do? Like, it happens. All right, so back to our topic at hand. Going back to leveling, we are now on 3rd edition.
Okay.
For how leveling works. So this was completely overhauled in 3rd edition. This was when they officially decided to standardize it across all classes.
Okay.
So every class now followed the same XP progression. This is where it started.
This is where it started.
Is what created this, guys.
Okay.
Because this is what we have in 5th edition, so this is what 3rd edition has done. Like, this is where it came from. So it was just simple. It was basically a recognition of the asymmetrical system wasn't really working, and it seemed like people favored the milestone system. So this was basically a way to say, hey, if you still want to dish out XP based on their actions and not just guessing milestones based on the story, if you wanted them to progress based on what they're doing, great, but let's just make it easy and just let the party all be at the same level, right? Like, everybody knows where they're at. It's not this big mix of who's where. It's just let's all progress together.
With that, did it feel like the progression in the classes themselves also equaled out to feel like the power differences weren't that drastic? Like,
exactly.
I can imagine, like, we talk about it all the time. Like, you see gaps in a lot of the spellcasting classes and like the features that they gain. Like, do you feel like those gaps are to make up for the fact that those...
I think that those gaps now exist because of how we transitioned from realizing that, like, fighters and thieves needed to level up faster. Like, I think it's a remnant. It's basically like a scar, because we corrected for it by letting everybody level up together. But then by 5th edition, I feel like the reason we're seeing that these weird gaps is because getting everybody to level up together was always the problem. Like, again, when you have a glass cannon and you're just giving it more explosive ammo, but everybody else around here is still only being able to attack one enemy at a time, and that cannon's, starts out at 2 enemies at a time, and then by the time I get 2 enemies at a time, you can now hit 5 enemies at a time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not like... So I think that's why we get those weird gaps, is because we went to this standardized format, and that's all fine and good. And 3rd edition did make some balancing to the levels so they progressed correctly. But nowadays, because we've gone from storytelling so much into fighting, that, equalized leveling doesn't work. 2 people, like 2 completely different classes, they just don't... Like, again, a class that's built off of martial melee fighting and a class that's built on ranged fighting doesn't learn the same things. It doesn't, like, how can you justify saying that a fighter in the middle of hand-to-hand combat learns how to hit an enemy one more extra time in that same time frame, in that same 6 seconds, but you're telling me that it took the same amount of time for that ranger to shoot or to knock and shoot a second bow or a second arrow? That doesn't make sense, right? Like, what you had to learn and what they had to learn are 2 different things. So I think that's where we're getting a problem, is we get to the standardized leveling system, but how do you make 2 people who have completely fundamentally different abilities, how do you make them do the same amount of damage or the same equality, right? Without literally just making everything work the exact same way. Like spells working like melee attacks. Like, how do you get it to work the same way when they don't work the same way? So I do think that that's a problem. I do think that this is where it started. The standardization was a good idea, but I think the implementation is what has led to some of our problems now that we see and that we've commented on.
Interesting.
So the levels did become more balanced, allowing for that, that better approach level to level and making sure that people didn't feel like they were being left behind or outpaced. Feats and skills, feats and skill points were more integrated for character customization. So at this point,
skill points like proficiency points?
Yeah, these were more like they went away from proficiencies and now they were actual like skill points. So as you leveled up, very similar to proficiency points, but essentially you were instead of like now where the class says that you get proficiency in certain skills, this was basically saying that every time you leveled up, you get to choose what skill you want to be good at. So even though you and I had the same class now and we had this same progression level, you could be more specialized in like acrobatics. I could be more specialized in history. Even though we're the same class with the same skills or the same abilities, you could have better skill sets. So your certain checks that you do, your ability checks would change up as well. So again, like again,
could you
as proficiencies, but now
could you, like you could with proficiency points, could you like double up in the same thing? Could you get better at the same thing? Because right now in 5th edition, like there's nothing. I mean, certain classes get expertise, but there's no other way to like really.
Yeah. So with it, this is like that bridge between them where you still have the same skill points, but the skill, or you said the same types of skills, right? But the skill points were basically adding to your beneficial roll. So for every skill point, you basically added a number to your die. So if I had no skills in persuasion, but then I added 2 skill points, I'd add +2 to my die roll when I did persuasion.
Interesting.
So 5th edition is just you either don't know it, or you're really good at it, right? Like you either have a skill and you have no bonus, or you don't have a skill and you have no bonus. You have a skill with a small bonus, or you're like proficient with a skill and you have advantage or something, right? Back then it was the more you put into it, the better you got at it. And that's the skill points were very similar to just, if you wanted to be really good at intimidation, you can just keep racking intimidation. And every time you did intimidation, your dice roll would just be that much better. And that's where, again, I like that progression more than just telling me what I get to do.
Yeah. See, I'm in my head, what I really want to be able to do, because it's going to be hard to fully revamp all of the classes in 5th edition and like just how they function. Like there's, especially with like all of the way everything works, but I don't feel like it would be too hard to add bits and pieces in those gaps. Like, hey, you can now gain expertise in this type of skill, or you can now gain a +1 to this, or you can just choose like certain pieces to take in those gaps so it doesn't feel as empty.
What they should do is take all the skills and categorize them. Physical skills like acrobatics, athleticism, right? Take mental skills like history checks, religion, right? Break them into those components and then let the classes be able to get skill points or advantages and proficiencies in those categories themselves, right? Like a fighter or a cleric always gets a +2 whenever they make a mental check. Like anything about history, religion, like those kind of things would be kind of cool, right? Where yes, you get the proficiency or you get the skill, but it would be nice that the classes would start to hone in on what is that makes them separate, right? If it's a fighting class, they're physical, so give them some physical bonuses. We get the feats, but give us something. And I do miss that's why I miss proficiencies, is because proficiencies were just a way to basically say, like, again, for me, the reason why I like proficiencies over the skills, like the way we have them now, is that it's like the skills are almost just too specific. It's like athletics. That just means anything under that you would consider athletic ability, which is fine. But I kind of like the idea of proficiencies that are like specific chosen skills, right? They can be slightly broad and vague, but instead of it just being like, I'm just good at anything athletically, right? My body's so good. You put me under any athletic challenge and I'm good. And I'm like, do you normally practice gymnastics? Like when you're not fighting, are you normally doing all that? Because to me, when you say you're good at athletics, it's like, so do you just normally work out? Do you run a lot? Do you sprint? Do you, go on a monkey bars all the time? Because those things are athletic to me. And if you are just naturally good at them, but you've never touched them before, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But with a proficiency, being able to say, I have proficiency with gymnastics, not athleticism, but gymnastics, tumbling, rolling, jumping over things, right? That's what I miss about the proficiencies, is being able to say, I have a specific skill that I want to be able to do, right? Kind of like being able to say, my character can perform this action and no other character can, not because they have my class, but because I chose a proficiency that lets me do this thing. And that's what I like to do with High Point, is I took all those proficiencies, but I try to expand it into a set of personalized skills, which is why there's all the base proficiencies, but I do try to let people, if they have a really unique, concrete idea that fits their character, why not let that be a proficiency? You know what I mean? Like, why not let something like that be something that's fundamental to their character. And then sometimes I'll even give them freebies. Like you'll have the proficiency points, right? Like that you get every couple levels. But then I might do something where someone wants to make it part of their character. Like, hey, I'm a ranger and it's part of my backstory that I've grown up outdoors. Like I've just, I've been by myself all this time. I just really think like I shouldn't have to bother like lighting fires. Like lighting fires should literally be like second nature. I'm cool if someone like makes us like a character build and it makes sense for the lore wise. I'd be totally down being like, yeah, we can either write it in that you always have like a flint and steel, or you can just make a fire with any of the tools anywhere around you, right? Like, what rocks to pick up that will spark, what wood to rub together that will start to smoke. Like, that's a feat that you can just decide your character has. And it makes, as long as it makes sense, I'd be okay adding that proficiency to your character list, right?
Right.
As a nice little neat custom skill that you personally have that might be beneficial someday. Right? Who knows when being able to light a fire in any situation could be actually roleplay beneficial. But hey, you're trapped you're trapped somewhere and need to make a signal and no one has any of their gear, but guess what? You can make fire almost anywhere. Like, right. Those are why I miss these types of skills and proficiencies in D&D, and why I'm not as much of a fan of just the static list, because I did really like that customization that players were able to do to truly make themselves feel like they stood out, and in ways that weren't just cool sounding, but that would actually affect the gameplay, because they usually made those feats during a level up after they've experienced what the DM's going to throw at them. So, if you're constantly, dungeon delving, it's not going to benefit you to do like, berry foraging. Why would you have that in a dungeon, right? But being able to say, I want a proficiency that lets me survive on less water. I want to be able to learn how to survive dehydrated. That is a proficiency I would allow someone to choose, meaning that you would take less rations from the party. Yeah. You would be able to go more days without water, and then you'd be able to go into a cave and be like, hey, there's a tiny puddle of water here. You can survive on that for 2 days now. Unlike anybody else who that would only be a sip, you've been able to take that water, and now that tiny little amount can actually make you survive longer. Those are the things that I like characters coming up with, and I really try to promote, because that's, to me, what makes the game more fun and enticing and engaging to interact with, other than here's your list of 12 things you can do and you all get the same list of 12 things to do. So just let me know what order you guys are doing the 12 things. That's what I kind of sometimes feel D&D has gotten into, is everyone has the same list of actions and like 5 other actions they can only do. So you're just waiting for someone to not pick one of the 12 and only pick one of their 5. Whereas I feel like before it was well, here's the 6 main things everyone can do, and you figure out the rest, like as that makes sense to you. Right. And that was the approach I think I missed always the most. Oh, we gotta hydrate, and I gotta stop talking about high point. Well, y'all keep getting me. Y'all got me already on the high point mindset, so I gotta focus here.
The high point train.
But yeah, so we got a lot more balance between the levels. We got feats and skill points that were integral to the character's customization. We got multi-classing rules that improved and clarified things a little bit, allowed for more flexibility with the multi-classing, and prestige classes were also introduced to specialize for the higher levels as well. We've already kind of gone over what the prestige classes were. Right. These are the real prestige classes. There was the preliminary prestige class in OD&D, but this is that like real official like higher level classes that you can do. Again, if you guys don't know anything about that, go check our history of prestige classes. Yes. And the history of multi-classing if you want to know anything about that. The unified XP table. So all classes used one standard XP table. Everybody leveled up the same. It was predictable, it was consistent, and basically you didn't have to worry unless you were really big on party XP versus individual XP. Pretty much everybody was within one level of each other at all times. Someone might this gaming session be able to level up, and the next gaming session you get another fight. But pretty much, if everyone was getting the equal amount of XP,
with the exception of people like missing a session or something like that,
missing
and you're
a
just
session,
like not
or
here
again,
for something.
if you personalize XP at all, if like you split XP, but pretty much everybody was going to be on the same level. And at this point, again, it's really now just a point of do you as a DM want to decide when that happens, or do you want their actions to decide when it happens? And that's either dole out XP or milestone.
Yeah.
So the XP formula was actually changed up. So, we've gone from doubling, we've gone from the plateauing, the super quick growth, to then plateauing to make sure that every level takes forever. Now we have this, incremental growth where it does take more and more, but it's not nearly as difficult per, in between levels.
Right.
Like level 9 to level 10 is a lot longer than level 1 to 2, but it's not ages longer than level 7 to level 8.
Yes,
it's longer, but not like
you're not gonna feel like, oh my god, Rock Lee. Gosh, I'm sorry. Hoylep would probably put that in the chat forever ago. That was the Naruto person I was talking about.
Gotcha.
He's the one who takes the weights off his wrists and he drops it, and there's little craters happening on the ground. I'm just like, all right, let's freaking go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hoylep. Appreciate that.
So third edition gave us an XP formula now. So the new system calculated was exponential. So it got progressively bigger, but in a very predictable way. So it was basically a linear progression of 1000 XP more than the previous level.
Okay.
So what that basically looked like.
So if you started off at 2000, the next time you needed 3000.
So to get to second level, you needed 1000. To get to third level, you needed 3000. So you needed 1000 to get to second level, or to second level. Then you need 2 more thousand to get to third level.
Got it.
Then you need 3000 to get to level 4, so 6,000 total.
Got it.
Then you need 10,000 to get to level 5, 4,000 total.
Got it.
Then 15, 5,000, 21, 6,000. So literally, it's just for every level you are, you had to add 1,000 more. So
that's fair enough.
Yeah. So kind of crazy.
Pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
But I do like that. Very, very linear, very direct, and when you get up to the much higher levels, that's where you can see that.
That's fourth edition?
This is third.
This is third edition.
Third edition.
Okay.
So that's where, like, once you get to level 10, it, goes from 36,000 to 45,000, right? So 9, from 9 to 10, it takes 9,000. But then it goes from level 10 to level 11, it's 10,000. So from 45 to 55. Then 55 to 66, 66 to 78. So you just add 1,000 each way. So yeah, again, I like that. That's not the worst case. I like that better than the doubling. I think that's actually more on par.
I would say so too.
Because then you can also better dish out the XP per level. Because if you know that it took you 10 enemies to get to level 2, it should take you 8 enemies or 9 enemies to get to level 3, and then 7 enemies, you know what I mean? If you keep that level, that progression. Or you could flip it, switch it up and go, oh, it took you 2 enemies to get to level 2. Should take you 4 enemies to get to level 3. Should take you 5 enemies to get to level 4. It should take you 7 enemies to get to level 6, right? So it kind of gave a better way for DMs also to plan out how and when they were going to level up if they weren't doing milestones.
Got you. Okay.
This one was now focused, the XP dish out was actually focused more on the entire difficulty of the encounter instead of treasure. So they're really just getting away from treasure-based XP and was really focused on the encounter itself. So the encounter had basically an XP pool that was, once you succeeded, you guys would all dip into that pool. Okay. So instead of it being usually you would calculate that based on how many monsters, the difficulty and all that. But it wasn't like, oh, you killed that monster, that's how much you get. It was, this entire campaign was built off of, or this entire amount of XP was built off of everything you're going to encounter, not the accumulation of everything you encounter.
I know it would be really hard to track, but I like the idea of, I know you always talk about like giving like bonus XP in like certain situations, or like, I like the idea of like, say, because again, you reward people for being creative, you reward people for doing big things. Like say somebody did like the most damage by a significant amount, right? Like if you're like neck and neck with a bunch of other people, like you don't need to be like giving out specific, but if you like, even if you didn't get the killing blow, but if you just like doled out like 500 points of damage in this battle where everybody else did like maybe 60, 70, like I feel like that's some extra XP, you know? But again, that's
why I prefer the way.
How do you track that? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, well, you can track it, but it's a lot of work to put on the DM. And I was watching one of the TikToks you put out the other day, and it was like one of my best notebooks is my players. They can remember all this stuff, you know? Like if you want to track your own damage and be like,
if for players, I'm just saying, like if you tell them that there's an extra XP involved, they will do a lot to they'll write down anything you need.
Hell yeah. Maybe like, what now? Yes, please.
All right, so with that XP formula, let's talk more about how you got XP. So yeah, it was more about the encounter as a whole. So this was now where challenge rating kind of started to become more popular. So the calculation was more based on taking the challenge rating of all of the monsters, and even like the obstacles. Like if there was a puzzle, you'd kind of give the puzzle a challenge rating, and it was based off of that you would be able to punch out how much XP you're getting, right? It would be like the cumulative like CR of the entire encounter. So if you had like 4 CR2s, so that's 8 CR, and then you had like a CR5, so now you're looking at what, CR12? And then let's say you had a puzzle that you gave a CR4 challenge rating, right? So now you're up to 16. So then you'd say, okay, well, we're doing 1,000 XP for every CR. So now this entire encounter, puzzle and all, 16,000 XP for the party.
Okay.
So, simple math, right? It was the idea of you just basically saying, I'm going to put a CR on everything in this in this encounter. So again, instead of it counting, you killed this creature for that much, you killed this creature for that much, it's I've calculated how much CR is involved in everything in this battle. And then that CR multiplied by whatever number I want, which is usually dictated by where you are in the campaign, that would then be the XP calculation, and then you would divvy that out based on either equally or everyone would get the same amount.
Right.
And that was the other way that you could do it too, is some DMs would have like 20 grand, but then evenly distributed to everybody. So, the whole party only got 4 each, or it would be a 5 grand XP, but everyone got the same 5 grand. So there's 2 also alternatives to XP there.
I got you.
Say 1 XP that everyone gets equally, or 1 XP that people divide up.
I mean, lightweight, that sticks to one, half dozen to the other, right? It's the same thing. It's like everyone's still getting the same thing.
So either you're just same, it's just how you as a DM want to flavor it.
Either you're pre-dividing the pool, or you're letting them divide it for them amongst themselves.
Which sounds better, right? Did it sound splitting 20 grand better than everyone gets 4?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, or everyone gets 5, but you know what I mean. Holop says they stopped giving players for their actions. One side began screaming that they would prefer players on the other side. And didn't want to do the math, and that's fair. Some players get antsy when they're not. Some players don't feel like they're creative enough to earn it, so they do feel like, I never get to do stuff like that, and it's not, and I get that. That's the player, the game dynamic we always talk about, right?
Yeah,
the party dynamic of everyone involved. Those are always a mess. Those are hard to navigate. You got to come to a better conclusion as a group. That's definitely an out of game conversation to be had. Also another big change with 3rd edition, no treasure based XP at all. 3rd edition,
that's when they killed that.
So nixed treasure based XP in 3rd edition. It was all based on the challenge rating.
I'm curious how controversial that was.
Because
I feel like that would take out, because a lot of the times granted, you probably are increasing how much you get from creatures, but like people probably got so much from that.
Oh, dude, and the vets were like, I know a lot of people heralded it as a great thing later on, but yeah, for a lot of the old school players, that was harsh, because like, especially for like DMs, they're like, well, how am I gonna like reward them? Like, it was definitely a shift, right? It was all about it, but again, I feel like that's a better reward. If I have to defeat a big monster and you didn't give me a big enough treasure at the end, and let's say you thought it was going to be an easy battle, and it turned out to be like a 6-hour slog that we all barely survived just because dumb rolls, and you were like, I'm sorry guys, this was only 1,000 gold, this was supposed to be a 2-round fight, you guys were supposed to walk through it, but then it turns into a 10-round almost TPK. That's kind of what sucks about it. Whereas nowadays you can be a little bit more dynamic with it and be like, that took a little bit. And I like that. I like the idea of it being more action, and more about what the characters decide. I kind of like that dynamicism, but I also understand that when everyone levels up the same, why worry about treasure when you can just worry about, again, and truthfully, I don't necessarily mind it either. One of my biggest gripes about the original concept of XP XP and gold being equal.
Yeah.
I've always kind of taken issue with that, because the idea that what it basically tells me in theory is that it has nothing to do with what you've done and what you've learned in life, only what you get out of it. So you can make the
Yeah.
dumbest decisions in the world,
As long as you find some gold.
and if you are dumb and luck out, suddenly you're better. Suddenly you've learned more. Suddenly you are more skilled in the world than me because you lucked out and were dumb. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like. I don't like that it basically says it doesn't matter how good, how powerful, or how smart you are, you'll get better as long as you live. Whereas now, now when you get more into the campaign aspect, and again, I'm not a huge fan of the no treasure because I don't mind treasure having some XP, but it is kind of frivolous in the sense that what you find has nothing to do with what you learned.
Yeah.
You fighting that guy is what will make you a better fighter, not the shit behind him that you're picking up off the ground. This isn't a wax on, wax off situation where picking it up is some sort of new maneuver that you're going to learn in combat. That's not how it works. So I'm not 100% against this. I think I'm still in the era where I do like giving out a little XP for certain treasures, but it's also, I like the choice. So it's not so much that I don't like just giving XP because I decided there's going to be treasure, because that's almost a freebie. What I typically do is I don't do gold. I've gotten rid of the gold XP a long time ago, because again, that really doesn't make any sense to me, right?
Sure.
I sold this gold bar. I should get more XP. Like, for what, bartering? Like, no. That was a business exchange. You walked in and said, I want the equivalent gold for this, please. And they gave you the equivalent gold. There's no social etiquette that you elevated there.
Yeah.
But I prefer, what I will do is I like when I give players choices. So gold never gives you XP. What you did does, but if you get magical items, because most of my treasures are always rolled, I never pre-plan it. And if I do pre-plan it, it's plot based, right? Like, so the idea is if you get something really nice, I'm going to let you have the choice. Get rid of it for its XP value or keep it for its intrinsic value. So you can get a wand of wish, like a wand of a certain spell, three things. If you choose to keep it as its wand, then that's what you got. That was your reward. But if that particular reward that you guys rolled for
isn't valuable enough, you can.
I want you to be able to exchange it. In essence, the exchange is because that wasn't useful for the party. So that's how I do it. I still give treasure XP if they don't end up using
in a
treasure.
scenario like that. Would that be per person? Is that like group XP? Does everybody split that?
Usually it
do they
depends.
get to choose?
So if it's like, if they roll and it's like, oh, I rolled and I got $10,000 worth of pictures, guys, like, paintings, that's a party decision. They're just going to, sell it, get the gold for it, and they won't get an equal gold value, but they'll get XP value because they couldn't use that particular treasure. And converting it to gold doesn't lose the XP value, because it's kind of one of those, you guys didn't really have a choice. Like, but if they roll like a magical item, it's like, okay, if you guys are divvying it out and you say, I want that magical item, then if you choose to sell it, it's like, you don't get the XP. Like,
did you want that magical item? Did you want the XP for that magical item?
No, granted, if there are situations where I'll have the treasures, there'll be a piece of treasure essentially for everyone, right? There'll be a sword, a dagger, a bow, a shield. Like, they'll essentially be meant for each character. If an individual character says, I don't need it, it's not as good as my current weapon, they would get that XP because it was technically intended for them. But if it's an item that is of the party's, the party owns the item, it's party XP. If somehow it really made sense that was for you, a gift, or there was enough items that everyone naturally would split it, then yeah, you could justifiably get the individual XP. But I do an individual XP, so I don't mind that. It's just that you can't claim something in a pile of treasure just so you can get the XP for it. It doesn't work that way.
Right. Interesting.
But yeah, definitely I don't like the gold XP anymore. We have a posture check and a hydrate.
Ooh, please and thank you. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to go make a run for some more agua here in a second.
Yep. Okay. And so no treasure for XP, and then quest and role-playing rewards. Basically, more optional roles for the DMs to give out outside of encounters. Just tasks, fetch quests. Dialogue options. Basically anything that you could throw at your players to give them a goal to do, and if they succeeded it, you could give out XP that way. It was great for when you didn't have major encounters planned, or in between major campaign sessions. You can do small things like this and still keep the players moving forward towards that goal. And they did change up how multi-classing work, obviously, because everything is under the unified XP table. So it really made multi-classing a lot easier because you wouldn't have to separate out what XP you were. It's still running on the same table. So it made, I think this is where really multi-classing got its foothold, is because you were basically able to very easily and quickly jump into a different class, have multiple of the abilities, but the level of progression didn't get any more complicated. It was the same thing all the way through. So I think they really stood out there the way that they did that. Let's go down to 4th edition. Okay, so 4th edition, let's see here. So we all know how 4th edition works. They changed pretty much everything. And that was just kind of their approach to simplifying it and making it much more combat heavy. So 4th edition, and I think we've actually heard this in chat before, but 4th edition broke the leveling out into what they call tiers. So you had the heroic tier, the paragon tier, and the epic tier, and these were broken out basically by level. So level 1 through 10 was the heroic tier, level 11 through 20 was the paragon, and then levels 21 through 30 were the epic tier. And each of these tiers, basically, they just had their own sets of features, like story themes. So, 1 through 10, you'd have, your low level regular adventuring party, your dungeon delves. Your heroic level would be more like your BBEG fights and your bigger plot points. And then you get your epic level, and that's where, you're doing like saving the world level campaigns kind of stuff. And then they had, I didn't put that much effort into this one, I'll be honest, because with its 4th edition, but they also introduced, or they had this emphasis on things like power, on these things called powers, which were kind of like just additional skill sets that you could continue to customize. But I forget what, again, it was a very weird concept and I kind of forgot
how exactly.
them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had this whole extra option for like it was almost like a skill tree. I think it was like a way to level up and somewhat customize your character with like a customizability.
Interesting.
But again, I'm not 100% sure how that, I don't even sure I ever really utilized that because I never got that higher up. So I'm not sure we ever got to use that one. I know that tier system. Oh, you use a similar one. It just had 4 tiers instead of 3. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the tier system is good. I like using the tier system mentally when we talk about like early game, mid game, and late game.
Mm-hmm.
I like having those mindsets, but I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, because of the way that I DM and the way that High Point works, I wouldn't really say that the tiers make any sense because I don't have it to where, oh, you're now this level, things are going to be different. It's more about, well, what are you interacting with? What are you doing with the world at that level instead of what I want you to go through instead of, so just a little bit different. But yeah, they did have different powers, abilities, and like the story arcs. I do like though that they added that bit where it wasn't just powers and abilities, but the game itself was supposed to fundamentally be played different. I do appreciate that they were trying to approach it from that point of view. So the XP scaled with the tiers. In terms of the heroic, the paragon, and the epic, each tier had its own difference in leveling. So as you got up, the amount of XP you would need for each level would increase with each tier.
So like in tier 1, you'd need 100 XP to get to the next level, no matter how many levels are in that tier. And then tier 2, you'd need 300 XP to get to the next level, no matter how many are in that tier.
Yeah, I think I have it 3rd edition. I don't think I actually was able to get a 4th edition level table. I think that was the problem. I couldn't find an example of their level.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get one for 4th edition. No. Okay, so what do we get here? So power balancing. Oh yeah, so all these extra notes. Oh, here we go. Lost my place for a second. So this went back to the encounter-based XP system. So they really focused more because the whole 4th edition was all about really just fights and encounters. So obviously that's where the leveling came from. It had
Right.
really less to do with what your actions were and more to do with what you were fighting and did you win. So again, further and further away from the old school storytelling and more so about the hard mechanics and what exactly is in front of you. And the downside to this, one of the biggest downsides for players at least, is that meant for them that all of their progression was solely locked in the encounters that they were given. So if your DM was just giving you minion battle after minion battle, you're fucked. There's nothing you could do to benefit yourself. Like other editions, you could do stuff to kind of get a little extra XP here and there, but it doesn't matter. Like this wasn't designed to be clever. This was just designed to do the work. So if you weren't being
you're going out like looking for like big bad things to go kill, like
and then your DM would have to give them to you. So you're really beholden on your DM on when and where you were going to level up, and basically they got to decide how slow that process was simply based on how they designed it. So with 4th edition, I was able to get I wasn't able to get the map, but I was able to figure out, or at least get some info, that the formula for their growth was that so it was kind of like doubling in a sense, to where if you think of like the heroic tier usually had hundreds of XP per level, then the Paragon tier would have thousands. Then the epic tier would have like tens of thousands of XP needed. So
interesting.
The in-betweens were based on the tier blocks, not the level itself.
Gotcha.
So, level 3 to level 4, maybe 400 or 500. Level 15 to 16, maybe 7,000. But level 25 to 26 would be like 20 grand. So
interesting. Now, is that each or total?
Between each level. So you might
between each level.
You would have that much in between each level. So Hoylepa's was broken down into 4, but level 1 through 5 was local heroes, 6 to 10 was national heroes, 11 to 15 are living legends, 16 to 20 are myth level, like epic and myth level.
Interesting.
Okay, that's not bad. I kind of dig that, like that progression. I do miss the old titles of old D&D, because I do miss like the idea
we were talking about earlier in the stream.
Yeah, the fact that like levels gave you notoriety.
Yeah.
I do miss having that built in. So encounter-based XP we've already talked about was basically solely focused on what your DM threw at you. Now this did include more than just combat. It did include the puzzles and things of that sort, but it was still all calculated based on how difficult the DM thought they had made the puzzle for you, and then just kind of set the XP to, it was basically a pass-fail. Like there was a set XP you could get if you do this, and if you did it, great, you got that much XP.
Sweet. Okay.
There was no treasure XP, so they kept that from 3rd edition. Treasure just had no business giving you XP. And there was a much bigger emphasis on group achievements. So this is one of those things where DMs were encouraged to create situations where all party members had to participate, or it was better that all party members participated in order to solve it. So there might be a task that needs to be done, and instead of it just being, oh, the rogue's going to pick the lock, or the barbarian's going to, lift the beam and everyone crawls under. It's more of a, hey, you have to lift the beam while this person also shoves this thing and holds it open while this other person does the crawling.
So
and then you'd all have different skill checks.
Yes,
so
skill check challenges. I've heard of this. I've actually been a part of a couple where sometimes the DM tries to articulate it, but other times the DM's like, hey, find me a skill that you're proficient in and articulate to me how you're helping to solve this situation, type deal, and then roll your check to see how well you do on it, type deal.
And that was the thing too, is they wanted to emphasize making those kind of encounters group efforts, and by having all the party members have a piece into it, it justified giving all the party members equal XP. So 4th edition just tried to make sure that it wasn't one person doing all the work and everyone got to benefit, but it also didn't want one person doing all the work and only one person benefiting from it.
Yeah.
So it kind of encouraged the entire party to be part of every solution. Was definitely unique. Definitely a unique approach to it. And then, of course, we get to the grand old 5th edition, which is probably going to get changed here pretty soon. Excuse me, I have hiccups.
Of course. Especially because... I do think one of these days, I know we've talked about it a bunch, but like reviewing, because honestly, I want to do this kind of for a selfish reason, because I was just talking about a minute ago, I want the Jeet Kune Do of TTRPGs.
Yeah, so
I want to look through all the 2024 stuff and like see what's good, see what because a lot of the stuff, you know, even when we look at our most recent pop culture build, we had to dip into most of what we pulled was all from 2014 5th edition, with the exception of the Dragonborn race. Yeah. Because the Dragonborn race, we had to go to the 2024 because that was the one that had the best
Sapphire,
flight speed that we were looking for. That,
yeah, we will have to start enveloping it. I just
I agree. I 100% agree, but it's wild because I know there's going to be pieces that we like. The problem is,
if they had just called it 6th edition, it would have been fine, because then I could have justifiably waited 5 more years before I even looked at it. But because it's fucking 5th edition and revamped, it's too active.
It's 5.5. Like we have 3.5, it's 5.5.
I know, and that's what's irritating is like, if you just had made a new edition, at least most of us could have ignored it for a couple more years, but we can't now. Because it's basically replacing the active rules.
Because they technically had what was it, like D&D 1 or whatever?
Yeah, D&D.
They had that, but when that didn't do what they thought it was going to do, then they're just like, all right, well, let's just go back to 5th edition and just change all your rules. So I'm like,
basically what it sounds like. All right, so we can recap this pretty quickly for y'all, because I think everyone's pretty well versed on 5th edition, but obviously they wanted to return to a simpler, more flexible leveling system. Get away from what 4th edition did and kind of go back to what 3rd edition did. They also wanted to make it much more easy and adaptable for new players, that they just want to come in and be able to like jump in and not have a whole lot of like math and crazy.
Yeah.
So they're basically offered up the XP or milestone, though there definitely is much more of an emphasis and encouragement on milestones nowadays than individual XP, but 5th edition still offered the individual XP as that option.
I'm not gonna lie, I use milestone just because I'm lazy and I want to figure out XP for everybody.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is milestone XP is just easier when you're prepping the story to be more harder. It's easier than waiting for them to catch up. You gotta just, you guys are ready. I know you guys are ready.
I like giving them like a little graduation test where I put like something really big and challenging in front of them, and then once they beat it, I'm like, all right, you guys achieved your milestone. It's just like, let me give you like a really hard thing. Let me give you a really scary thing. Let me make you guys all almost
test the waters with your new abilities.
Exactly,
guys.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we still got the XP or the milestone, you know, based on the story, and milestone became, you know, the more popular option basically because DMs got to control the story and the progression and didn't have to wait for people, didn't have to argue with the players. Like the story and their progression went hand in hand, and that's great and all, but again, it's that whole, we just see you're taking more and more, you're giving people more choices, but you're taking away more freedoms. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's what 5th edition really feels like. You've given us so many choices that you've taken away all of our freedom.
It's think about it this way. It's like you, instead of giving you 3 like the primary colors and then having you mix the paints and create your own colors, you have these colors to choose from.
Yep,
like
the color palette.
You can use all of these colors, but these are the colors you can use. There's no more mixing. They're no longer paints. You got crayons, you got pencils, you got something that doesn't mix. It just is what it is. You like it or you don't. But if you don't like it, there's plenty of other options, but you have to choose from one of our options.
And that's exactly kind of how I feel like it's gotten to. So again, not necessarily for better or for worse, just that's
different.
What we've gotten to. Class features and abilities were now much more predictable in terms of the progression. That's what we talked about, like subclasses and all of that. It's pretty much on par. And again, this is what we've talked about. We're not necessarily a huge fan of it, but this is exactly why subclasses get made the exact same way. It's templated. It's just, this is what it is, and this is what they want it to be. They don't want to go back to the craziness of the older editions. They want this to just be consistent, and they want everybody to be able to pick it up and see the same thing from one game to the next. So I get that. I can't really fault them for it, but not really my choice.
Sure.
Levels 1 through 20 were basically kind of like, you know, the milestone caps. So we went back down to just 20 cap is kind of where we stick to it. That's also where they decided to, start focusing more on like capstone abilities, like actually, putting some highlights at the end of a character's level up to really show off like you've made it. So that's where we get some of those capstone abilities. And the gameplay definitely, shifts focus, from 1 to 10, you're getting a lot more of that easy streamlined gameplay. And then it's funny because even 5th edition recognizes that most of 5th edition, like most of the mechanics of 5th edition are built for early game. Like even 5th edition recognizes that it's meant primarily for 4th to 10th level, and everything after that, like 10th to 20th level, 5th edition recognizes that it just gets kind of broken. Like all of it, if you look at how it's built and even the way that people talk about it, all of the efficiency, all of the best parts about it are all in the first 10 levels.
When you say efficiency and best parts about it, like give me an example what you're referring to.
In terms of how leveling up, how you progress throughout your character's level up, and where the balance of like, the party versus the DM versus the encounters, it's that everything feels like it's that ebb and flow. But once you get into that past 10th, you're getting uber powerful, characters. Like that's where you're getting into these like massive monster builds where you're almost having to do like the Marvel movie issue where you just have to keep raising the stakes almost absurdly just to keep the game going, right? It's easier from level 1 to 10 to kind of trickle feed harder enemies.
Right.
But at a certain point, it's like, well, you blew through that beholder. Here's a Tesseract for you. Like you kind of have to raise the stakes to a point to where you're like, is this even like, really? Like this is where we got to, but and I think that's the idea behind 5th edition is as it gets to the later levels, both sides start to break down. Player builds start to really break. What the DM has to do starts to break. And even the impact of the game is more or less, not necessarily an us versus them, but it's just more of a spectacle. I mean, I really feel like once you've gotten past 15th level, most of the game is spectacle more than it is progress. And I mean that by like the battles and everything are more about the big show of things you can do and a lot less of that individual creativity that you need to be able to overcome the battle. It's just look, I'm powerful. Who gets off the most powerful shots first? That's kind of how I feel like the later editions or that the later levels are. And that's not necessarily a problem. It's a struggle for everybody. I think it's a built-in struggle that the game doesn't make it easier for a DM to make that level of gameplay. Like
right.
The game doesn't make it easy for anyone. I mean, players have a great time min-maxing at that level, but think about how complicated a character gets by level 14. Like how absurdly complicated they can get. We've seen the subclass builds, how much just, oh, I could do this, but I can also do this, but I have these powers, but what if I did this? Like it almost gets to that point of absurdity where it's like, yeah, you're just trying to find, like at that point, it's not about what's best for the situation. It's what's going to look the coolest. What's the best combination that's going to be a wow moment instead of a, how do I cleverly use what I've learned to this point to overcome this new challenge?
Right.
So it is kind of funny that you'll see 5th edition kind of just almost implode in on itself when it realizes like, yeah, we want to give high level stuff, but does it work? We maybe we kind of make it work.
Maybe.
But yeah. So the higher levels was, definitely, the power gaming is what they would call it, right? Like,
yeah.
Up there, you're power gaming at that point.
100%.
Obviously, yeah, we talked about the milestones, and then they changed up the multi-classing rules as well. So we kind of talked about how multi-classing has gone from a mix of focusing on different abilities to blending them all together. And now 5th edition has really made it to where the only real challenges are like making sure you have the right ability scores. But, and that's mainly just to prevent overpowered builds. Like that's really what the ability scores are there for. But it's so much easier now to really mix and match your subclasses and your multi-classes now. So before it was definitely more of a, you had to focus on one thing or the other, or you had to spend too much time focusing on like who's going to get how much.
Right.
Now it's much more of it's a lot easier to decide how you're going to multi-class now. Like that is one of the bigger benefits of having everything like laid out and you know exactly what you're going to get is you know exactly what you're going to get when you put things together.
Yeah. And that goes back to what you were saying earlier of how it's a little bit easier for you to build your character from the top down, whereas before it wasn't, because like you know what you're gonna look like at that level, whereas
with no questions
you can
asked.
try and picture what you're gonna look like, but you're never gonna have the exact, like it's gonna vary for sure.
Yeah. And they went back to what 3rd edition did in terms of, the unified XP table. Everyone levels up together, but they changed out their calculation to where they intentionally made it to where the first 10 levels feel fast. And then as soon as you hit level 10, it just immediately progressively starts to get slower. So it really does focus on all of its primary efforts on those first 10 levels. And that's when it just kind of like, hey, power gaming time, let's start to trickle off. And that's just when as the higher you get, the more it just kind of, becomes a little bit more unstable.
Right. Okay.
And then talking about the calculation, this one's really interesting because if you follow the calculation, it's not quite easy to discern because it's almost a doubling effect to a certain point and then it tapers off, but it's not quite doubling. So if anyone hasn't taken a look at like the progression chart in a minute, for 5th edition at least, where do I have it? There we go. So like from 5th edition, you have from 1st to 2nd, you need 300 XP, right? So 300 to get to the 2nd level.
Okay.
To get to 3rd level, you need 900. So 300, now you need 600. So it doubled.
Okay.
Right? So to go to 400, you go from 9 to 27. So just about doubling again, but then 27 to 65. So just under doubling at that point.
Interesting.
And then it's 65 to 1400.
Is there an equation for this?
No, not that I haven't tried to do the math and I couldn't find one. But yeah, so then it goes from 6,500 to 14,000. So just over double. Right? And then 14 to 23. So 9,000, not double. But then you go from 23 to 34, another 9,000. And then, or no, that's 11,000. So you go from 9,000 to 11,000, and then 34 to 48, 14,000. Like, so it's literally like, it's harder to level up at the later stages, but there is no real methodology,
like understanding as to like why this one's more, why this one's
like so level 10 to level 11 is 64 to 85. So that's 21. But from level 11 to level 12 is 85 to 100. So 25.
Right.
But then it goes from 100 to 120. So it's only 20. So it goes from 25,000 to 20,000 to 20,000 to 25,000. Like that's how much you need. So it's 20,000, 25, 25, 20. Like what? Why? How does that make any sense? And the very last one, so 18 to 19 takes 40,000, and then 19 to 20 takes 50,000. So it's almost like they wanted to start there. They wanted to say, we want 20 to be 50,000, and then they try to work backwards. This is what it sounds like to me.
Right.
Ooh, that was giving us a stream idea. Combat group tactics for DMs. Like
combat group tactics.
Like just talking about how we would do combat as a DM with like enemy groups.
You know what I think could be like a cool ADMG idea is like literally setting up like different scenario types for DMs that they can use across the board. Like imagine you have an encounter where it's not just kill the enemies, but you like set up like several different like encounter types that you can use for bandits, or you can use for guards, or you can use for cultists. Like you can use this encounter type across the board, but it gives you a way to set it up. It's
this might be something that we have to put in the ADMG, but something like, hey, set a pre-qualified parameter for this, you know, like for any encounter, have a pre-qualifying parameter, like a goal, like, because I've talked about, like, you know, have agendas and whatnot. But imagine having these set ones where it's like, is this goal to delay, harm, stop, or kill you? So if it's only there to delay you, say that their goal is delay you 5 rounds, and if they succeed, they'll run away. Their whole goal is just if they can stop,
if they can make
rounds,
this combat last for 5 rounds, right?
Run. Then they have no need to continue fighting you, or 3 rounds or whatever, right? So you could add like parameters like that to where it's like, hey, no, these guys, their whole job is you can't leave town. Whether you die or not doesn't matter. They have to stop you from leaving town, or their whole goal is to stop you from being on that boat. So maybe you decide it's not just going to be a straight encounter, but maybe you're going to run into these guys at the shop. Maybe they're going to, you know, cause you trouble at the tavern. Maybe they're going to make you guys wake up late. You know, maybe they're going to make you guys have a bigger bill and have to like fight with the tavern owner. Like, you know what I mean? You could have these like little things where it's like you have this goal that they're trying to accomplish, and then once they accomplish it, maybe things change differently, right? Like you change the outcome instead of it just being a fight to the death.
Right.
So yeah, I kind of like that idea of having like some parameters. Saying like ambush, open battle. Okay, so like a heist, assassinations. Yeah, I would be down to do like an episode where we just kind of like talk about how to set up encounters. We could figure something out.
I like that. I like that.
I do like adding something to the ADMG though to talk about. I think we already have that though. I think I have a section.
Okay, that's good.
For like enemy agenda and all of that. So I think we don't have to add anything. But yeah, we'll look into that. So let's see, what else do we have on 5th edition? So the nonlinear growth, basically easy at early levels, harder as it goes. Combat and encounter based XP. So again, this was still focusing more on what monsters you killed and how you killed them, much more about your actions. I think in 5th edition there is treasure XP, but not gold XP.
I haven't heard of it if there is.
Okay. I didn't see anything
on either way.
On that. Okay. Maybe it is just combat still focused then. And it would make sense that they've basically just gotten rid of all gold XP.
Yeah.
I don't have the DMG for 5th edition, so I don't know.
Fair.
And then we still prefer milestoning here. And then and then 5th edition, technically you're still allowed to give out individualized XP, but it's primarily been replaced in favor of inspiration and bonus to rolls and other character bonuses outside of XP. XP still can be given in situations, but because everybody typically levels and milestones together, most DMs convert it into some other bonus point system, like inspiration or whatever, that they can use to adjust a roll later instead of giving them XP and then making them off with the party. Right.
Okay.
Though, what would be interesting actually as an alternative to XP is if you like the milestone system, right? Like this. So imagine this. Imagine you turn XP into a currency for the players. So you're on the milestone system, right? So you're deciding when they level up. Mm-hmm. So you decouple XP and level. You say, you guys are on the milestone system. You guys level up when I say so. Don't worry. What you do, I will decide when you guys level up. But you still get to earn XP. And imagine if you do things like, hey, XP is kind of like a give and take. Maybe you do things and you can lose XP. Maybe you can do things and you can gain XP. But let's say like if you have let's say you have a pool of like 100 XP at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine if like you have more XP, maybe you get bonuses that other party members don't. Maybe you get a bonus to saving throws if you have more XP racked up, or you get to spend the XP to like, hey, for every 100 XP you have. So we do milestone level ups, but for every 100 XP you've gained, you can spend 100 XP and maybe adjust a dice roll, like a saving throw by 1 point for every 100 XP.
Yeah.
So you could even do that where you could give out XP as a bonus for when people do something really good, but it's not towards their level up, it's towards other things. Like, hey, DM, I got 1,000 XP saved up. Can I re-roll that fail? Can I spend 1,000 XP and re-roll that fail? I feel like 1,000, because then you're using XP as your character knowing things. Like, I think 1,000 XP worth is me realizing I almost made a mistake here and in the moment caught myself. So can I re-roll this fail? Because I would have been smart enough to know I was about to.
Mm-hmm.
That could actually be a dope way to use XP.
I do like that. I like that idea.
As a currency. Use milestone to level up, but use XP as an extra
currency.
So
it's interesting because the way you're describing that is literally exactly how I use my inspiration coins. Like I give them out like way more often than most people would give out inspiration. So like you have it relatively at the same intervals as you would XP, but they're just these little coins, and I allow them to use them in the exact same ways that you're referring. And honestly, like that system is like genuinely what I like a lot more. It's like, hey, you do really cool things, and like that's what I'm awarding these coins for, right?
So let's say you're making a potion. Let's say you have the herbalism kit, you have a healing kit, and you're like, I want to make a health potion. Cool, make a health potion. It's going to give you what, whatever the book says, 1d6 HP.
Mm-hmm.
Can I pump in 500 XP and give it 1d6 plus 5? Like, I'm making this potion. Can I spend XP to make the potion more potent?
Interesting.
So I'm experienced. I'm not saying that I can make all potions that good, but if I'm experienced enough, can I use my experience and things I've learned to make this potion right here have more health? Because every other potion I randomly create will always be the same recipe, but I'm experienced enough and I've traveled enough. Maybe that experience turns into, hey DM, I have 1,000 XP that I've saved up. Can I use that XP to say that I've collected enough ingredients to make this one potion more powerful? So XP doesn't have to be this magical essence. It could be the representation of, why are you using this XP? Well, guess what? I have 1,000 XP. I read too many books. And so I want to have read a book that gave me knowledge in this one situation to better my outcome.
Right.
I picked up a flower everywhere we went, and I have a flower that I learned that will boost this health potion. Again, I took more damage than anybody else, so I can overcome this thing that's happening, right? Like imagine that, like, hey, you have to prove yourself. The chief wants you to walk over hot coals. Hey, I'm a fighter. I've taken a lot of damage this game. Can I use my XP to, not take damage as I do these coals so I can look like I'm a badass? Like a roleplay aspect, right? I'm kind of digging this idea. Like, usable XP as a currency while milestoning for levels.
Interesting.
This might be an ADMG add-on, an alternative to XP, because it's kind of like a point. It's kind of like inspiration points or DM points, but it's still a currency. You still get and earn them. And again, you can give them anywhere as little as 25 or 50 XP all the way up to 1,000 XP for something that they did. But what it costs, you could have like a whole market system. Like you could just have like a little write-up of how much XP different things cost, right? Like it could be 100 per, point on a die. It could be 1,000 for an entire dice reroll. It could be 500 if you want an advantage on making something. Like you could just make like these little easy quick reference guides to how much XP they would need in order to accomplish like a goal. And this could be the entire campaign long. So unlike, inspiration points that sometimes, some people say are like temporary, this is just XP you're gaining. Like the entire campaign, you could hold onto it to the BBEG fight and be like,
right.
I want to actually, like, he just killed me. Can I use all of the XP I've gained the entire game to get a second wind and come up without death saving throws? You know what I mean? Like imagine me like, dude, I have 35,000 XP saved up the entire campaign. Like that's a second wind. That's a I have come too far to give up. And that's that wipe the blood off and be like, nah, we ain't done yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like that would be a dope way for characters or players to have a new way to interact in a customizable way.
Right.
That's not something that they can just be like, well, I did it before. Can't I do it again? It's like, you have to have that currency. You have to have something that you lose in order to do it. Oh, using XP to like help, to heal almost. I don't know if that would be justifiable, but I like this. I am going to, that's another idea that I'm going to develop for the AD&D.
Okay.
I need to put that in there, but yes, I will come up with a alternative to spendable XP. That's what I'm going to call it. Spendable XP. And that was it. Well, that's basically it for the history of XP with D&D. I didn't really have any other notes other than that. So yeah, kind of a wild ride. Not necessarily the most spectacular, but yeah, it has had quite a lot of changes. I mean, starting out with being primarily roleplay and action focused. Primarily XP or gold focused. It started out being basically you only got to level up as you got gold and as you got treasure. And then toward we got to second edition, it was much more in favor of your actions in the game, not so much who you killed or what you killed, but what you did. And then it started to morph into this. It's more about the obstacles you overcome. It's the encounter as a whole will give you a generalized XP. Whereas before that, it was, what did you do to accomplish the goal? And then before that was, what did you kill? And before that, it was, what did you earn after you killed it? Mm-hmm. So that was really unique to see, like, just how much of the focus changed on where, when they first created the game, it was all about, well, you're going to kill it. So it's all about what you get at the end. And then it turned into, well, it's how you get there. And now it's just that you got there.
Right.
It's fascinating that that's how we've boiled it down of just that. To me, those are huge shifts in how you approach this. Even giving out XP, like for DMs, like just the variety of ways that they've been encouraged to do so. And the emergence of milestoning, I think was fascinating to come both as early and as late as it did. Like I'm not sure which I'm more surprised about, that it didn't start in OD&D or that it started as early as second edition and wasn't like a third or fourth edition thing. You know what I mean? Like
right.
Second edition is always that weird in between of the best of the old and the twinkles of the new. You know what I mean? Like second edition had so many things that were the predecessors to what we have now, but they did. So they took all of the best things of OD&D in first edition, made them better, kept a lot of the best of the core foundations and kept those, and then tested and tried out so many new things that would become what we have now. You know what I mean? I think that's why second edition always holds that place, because it's like, it is that bridge of all of the best of the old and the new with some of its own uniqueness. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that everything it did was great.
Sure.
But what it did with the old stuff and what it set up for what we have now, I'm definitely very much appreciative of second edition in all of its forms.
Yeah.
But yeah, leveling up, it's kind of crazy to think about that. And I thought about doing like a secondary part of this episode, but we'll definitely move this into another episode at a future date. But I want to discuss, because we've already discussed more about like what is a class, right? Like what is a class when it comes to a person, right? It's more than choice. It's more than what you can do. It's about who you are. It's the life you live. And I think I might want to do an episode where we talk about what leveling up actually is. Like fundamentally, yes, it's getting new powers, it's becoming stronger, but beyond just like a class, beyond it just giving you stuff, what is leveling up and XP and experience? Like, what are these things meant to represent for your character outside of you can now just attack one more time? Like, what does that mean? Really? What did you do, and why did it accumulate to that? So that might not be a full episode. That might be one of those like lightning rounds where we just do like an hour on that topic. But I do want to talk a little bit more about what levels actually represent and what they are. And I think we can kind of dive more into that idea of like XP and levels may not have to always be coupled together. You know what I mean? I think it's just, it's so old as a gaming mechanic that we expect it. But if we're all using milestones, why can't we shift what XP actually is and does? I mean, hell, what's to say that the future of D&D won't be milestone is the base? You level up via milestone and that's the base. But then what if XP metamorphs or like morphs into like a new prestige class where you're a fighter, I'm a paladin, they're a druid, and we all are going to level up and do the campaign as normal. But if you go really out of your way to be an amazing paladin, do all of the paladin things, and you get XP for it from the DM, let's say you level up in a prestige way, where every time you make a benchmark of a certain amount of XP, you're still your level, but let's say your paladin hood grows. So you have your normal subclass of paladin that just has its normal progression, right? But then you have this like small prestige block of like maybe like 4 categories where every so much XP, like heroic, you get like a heroic prestige level for gaining XP. It's not part of your level progress. You're still level 5, level 10, whatever the party is. But you, because of your individual actions, not the party as a whole, but you now have a title. You are a paladin of an order because you got XP. That druid over there could be a named druid, right? Like imagine having...
Would this be regardless of your paladin level?
Yeah. So you have your class, your subclass, everything progresses as normal, and the whole party will progress as normal. but you would be able to gain XP if you went above and beyond in your gameplay.
Are you imagining that these would have certain feats or features associated with them?
Not like super game changing like you need them, but more of those, it would be additive. It would be something that you would want to strive for, but not absolutely necessary.
If you multi-class, would you get to choose which class of prestige you use?
I think so. I think you'd only be able to have one of the prestige classes, and I would assume it would be the one that you have the most levels in. So you can only prestige in the class that you're like the most proficient in. And
so you would only, so if I'm a wizard fighter multi-class, but the majority of my levels are in wizard, I would not get the option to choose to prestige in fighter. I would only be prestiging in wizard.
I think so, because the mindset is that's what you're specialized in. That's what you're known for. So the prestige is where you get your notoriety. If you are a all-powerful mage that can wield a sword, you're not known for your sword work. You would be known for your mage work. So the idea of the prestige class would give you like a title, and maybe not full-blown like feats that you would use in combat, but maybe like what we've talked about, like those role play features or favors, or again, maybe it's those things of like, maybe like a paladin, maybe you get advantage on all persuasion checks at a certain prestige. That's it. Just at a certain prestige, you get now persuasion checks just because that's what you've learned how to do. It's not game breaking, but it's not a feat you had to ask for. You didn't have to burn an ASI for it. You just prestiged, and now you have that. Bards, same thing, right? Like maybe bards could, a bard, if they prestige, they get discounts in stores. They just get a flat 10% discount wherever they go because of their prestige. So imagine you can do things like that where they're game changing, but not game breaking. They're not going to change how you go after the BBG. You're not going to be at level 20 and go, man, if I had prestige, we would have won. But it will enrich the gameplay in different ways. And every class could have their own like prestige stack. Like, again, you can give discounts. You could give like extra languages. Like, maybe you prestige in like wizard.
I honestly think a lot of the way that 5th edition has racial features would be awesome for these types of things. Like the little things you can get from racial features. Yeah, you can get trained in how to use vehicles. You could get, like you said, an extra language, an extra skill or something like that. Maybe there are like certain specific maybe you get a cantrip. You can cast a cantrip, like it's nothing like crazy, it's nothing game breaking, but it's a specific feature that you get that not everybody is gonna get. Not necessarily every bard is gonna get it, right? And I even like
that's why it's a prestige, because it's not guaranteed to happen. You have to because you're just gonna get your normal stuff, but this is one of those things where you have to go above and beyond in playing your character to get the XP. And then your reward is being able to play your character even more.
I like, and I do like the idea, because I think even in just classes and subclasses in general, that there is kind of like you were said earlier, you're just getting the collection of colors rather than actual choice. Like a way to give a little bit more of that back is like when you take these things, you get to choose what that thing is. So having like multiple options. When I hit my first prestige, there's like 4 or 5 options I can choose from.
So for bard, there's like 10 prestige but when you create your class, you only get to choose 4. So there's 10 to choose from for bards. But when you create your bard class, you say, okay, my first prestige will be that ability. My second prestige will be that. So you customize your prestige, but it's in a
would you make them choose? Because I'm thinking you don't have to choose that until you hit the prestige. Like you don't have to choose it at the beginning. Like choose it as it comes. Like choose it like
it depends on it depends. We're getting more complicated.
Sure,
now. I wanted this to be very simplistic as you're a fighter and you've been able to prestige, you'll get like a follower. Like you just get a free NPC on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be like the highest level of prestige. Like the 4th level of prestige for fighter, you get a free NPC that you control on the team, like a free companion like the druid gets. Before that you would get like free room and board anywhere you go. Like the little things like that would just really emphasize why that character is like what and why, again, based on the class, right? Like paladins and clerics would get better bonuses from churches as long as there's a church around, right? Rogues would get better benefits as long as there's a black market around. Fighters get benefits as long as there's a training facility or a fighters guild, or town guards would know them, right? Things like I imagine you could easily have these additional options built in that I would want to make it particular so they're not required. Like, I would want to make it to where people aren't feeling stressed out that they're not getting them, but I don't want them to feel overpowered when they do. Like, it's one of those things. I want it to be optional, but I want it to be rewarding. But I want it to be rewarding in a way of, I don't want to reward you with something that you're not working with, right? Like, why would I give you a combat thing for rewarding you for dialogue? With these prestiges, it's like you're playing your character so well, I want to reward you so you keep doing it. So the thing I give you
is going to help you to do that more.
Exactly. And that's what I'm hoping for, is if you've done something to go above and beyond, I want to encourage that. I want that to keep happening. So why wouldn't I give you a tool to help with that, to help you even more so develop that storyline? So that's why I'm thinking, like, they don't, like again, having like a bard or a paladin at their first prestige just get advantage on persuasion checks. That's not a huge game changing thing, but that's enough to be like, hey, that's kind of cool that I got that for free just because I played my character well.
Yeah. And
then again, later down the road, you're like, oh, I actually get to see through deception as my next prestige. I don't get to, I can just automatically pass, like, insight checks. Something like that, where you can just slowly build up this nice little like niche of abilities that won't help you kill the BBEG, but they will help you get to them. Oh, maybe that's the idea, right? The prestige is not to help you win the game, but it's help to get you to the end.
Right.
I like that. That'd be kind of cool. Anyway, that's enough of another tangent, but that's what happens here. But yeah, well, thank you everybody for showing up today and chatting. Thank you for the ideas, Hoilepa. It has been a fantastic 4 hours. Thank you so much for joining. I know we had a couple people here today. Aki was here earlier. We had Hecate in with a couple good questions. Some High Point and some Cineverse questions, hitting us with the hard facts.
I love it.
Freeman was here for a little bit. I don't know who else showed up. I think Cosmic was here in the very, very beginning.
Yeah, for a quick minute.
So yeah, it's been great, everybody. I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad that you guys were here for everything. I think we got all of our hydrates and our posture checks.
Yes.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of a history lesson of leveling. I hope you guys liked our little bit of a tangents, and maybe you guys got some cool ideas for how to level up in the future with your campaigns. But let us know in the comments. If you're on YouTube, like, subscribe, and let us know how you guys do your leveling. Do you guys milestone? Do you give out XP? Do you let XP happen with treasure, with actions, or is it all about the combat? I want to know. Let me know in the comments. If you want to let us know personally, or if you want to give us ideas to talk about on Fridays, let us know in the Discord. I'm going to pop that link for our Discord in chat right now. If you want to join, you can submit ideas for us to talk about. You can just share stuff that you guys are doing. And of course, on every Monday, we do homebrew reviews. So if you have any homebrew creations, send them our way. Right. If you guys want to follow us on any of the social medias, you can follow all of our social medias through our link tree, which is also in the chat right now. So go follow us on YouTube. We have shorts. We have our live VOD channel. So if you missed anything and want to catch up, you guys can get all of our episodes there. Other than that, I will be back on Monday with a homebrew review. Kage will be out, but what is the item we are doing? Oh, no, we just did the big BBEG.
Yes, we did.
I think we're doing
This is a background.
Yes,
this is a background.
So I'm going to have a lot of fun with that one. I will see how long I can talk about a single background, but I think I have a lot to say about backgrounds, actually. So that's really cool. So yeah, I will be back on Monday. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. I'll be back on Monday. I might do some streaming on Sunday just for some video games. I haven't done that in forever, and I've been wanting to do it, but I just haven't had the time. So maybe catch me this weekend. If you do, come in and say hi. And if you do if you are following us on TikTok, or if you are on TikTok, go look at Misfit Gamer Studios. We do post shorts from the live stream there as well. But I'm also starting a new series called Based on Nothing Else. And it's basically a daily series that I'm going to start putting out where I'm asking questions based on nothing else. You get one key factor, one key piece of information, and then you have to answer off of that. So things like, based on nothing else, today's was based on nothing else, what class makes the best cup of coffee. Other ones was based on nothing else, which class has the most leisure time. Outside of campaigns, not like short rest and long rest to get their abilities back, but who just relaxes the most, who takes the most naps, who sleeps in, stuff like that. They're just questions on, I give you a single bit of, right now I'm doing either class, alignment, or background. Those are the three categories. Is based on nothing else, which background, class, or alignment, XYZ, you know, and then I have a ton of ideas that I'm doing. So every day I'm posting one of those. Hopefully you guys like that. But if you do, get on TikTok, respond to those. Definitely want that engagement up and want to know what ideas you guys have. So otherwise, I think that's going to be us for the rest of tonight. Thank you guys so much again, and we will be back next week, guys. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.